You are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. Mooji.
The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Hope, in reality, is the worst of all evils, because it prolongs the torments of man. All cruelty springs from weakness. Overtrusting, betrayal, masturbation, loss of energy, stress, hair loss, overthinking, depression, saying no to important things, revenge, ruining your own life, observing, increase in wisdom, forgiving, healing, letting go, peace of mind. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
The biggest mistake you can make is thinking you have time. Alex Hormozi.
Use thyself. As often as thou seest any man do anything, presently, if it be possible, to say unto thyself, what is this man's end in this his action? But begin this course with thyself first of all, and diligently examine thyself concerning whatsoever thou doest.
In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Women are meant to be loved, not to be understood. External things are not the problem. It's your assessment of them, which you can erase right now. Marcus Aurelius. An intelligent person always hides three things about himself: his weaknesses, his sources of wisdom, and his true aspirations. Never waste your time with explanations. People only hear what they want to hear.
The enemy is always watching and always looking for weaknesses. Jocko Willink.
Keep thyself to the first bare and naked apprehensions of things, as they present themselves unto thee, and add not unto them. It is reported unto thee that such a one speaketh ill of thee. Well, that he speaketh ill of thee, so much is reported. But that thou art hurt thereby is not reported. That is the addition of opinion which thou must exclude. I see that my child is sick. That he is sick I see, but that he is in danger of his life also, I see it not. Thus thou must use to keep thyself to the first motions and apprehensions of things, as they present themselves outwardly, and add not unto them from within thyself through mere conceit and opinion, or rather add unto them, hot as one that understandeth the true nature of all things that happen in the world.
Lost time is never found again. When thinking about life, remember this: no amount of guilt can change the past, and no amount of anxiety can change the future.
He who has renounced all desires and acts only for the welfare of others without any expectation of reward is the greatest of all. Bhagavad Gita.
You need to learn how to select your thoughts, just the same way you select your clothes every day. This is a power you can cultivate if you want to control things in your life. If someone is trying to bring you down, they are already below you.
You are the master of your own destiny. Neville Goddard.
To stir up a man to the contempt of death, this among other things is of good power and efficacy, that even they who esteemed pleasure to be happiness, and pain misery, did nevertheless many of them contemn death as much as any. And can death be terrible to him, to whom that only seems good, which in the ordinary course of nature is seasonable, to him, to whom whether his actions be many or few, so they be all good, is all one, and who whether he behold the things of the world being always the same either for many years, or for few years only, is altogether indifferent. O man, as a citizen thou hast lived, and conversed in this great city the world, whether just for so many years or no, what is it unto thee? Thou hast lived, thou mayest be sure, as long as the laws and orders of the city required, which may be the common comfort of all. Why then should it be grievous unto thee, if, not a tyrant, nor an unjust judge, but the same nature that brought thee in, doth now send thee out of the world, as if the praetor should fairly dismiss him from the stage, whom he had taken in to act a while? Oh, but the play is not yet at an end. There are but 3 acts yet acted of it. Thou hast well said, for in matter of life, 3 acts is the whole play. Now to set a certain time to every man's acting belongs unto him only, who as first he was of thy composition, so is now the cause of thy dissolution. As for thyself, thou hast to do with neither. Go thy ways, then well pleased and contented, for so is he that dismisseth thee.
In banquets, remember that you entertain 2 guests, body and soul. And whatever you shall have given to the body you soon eject, but what you shall have given to the soul you keep always. A salary is the drug they give you to forget your dreams.
One beam, no matter how big, cannot support an entire house on its own. Chinese proverb.
The man who chases 2 rabbits catches neither. You may not get the answer, so you just have to wing it.
In the recognition of the self, all dualities disappear. Papaji.
When you are about to undertake some task, remind yourself what sort of business it is. If you are going out to bathe, bring to mind what happens at the baths. There will be those who splash you, those who will jostle you. Some will be abusive to you, and others will steal from you. And thus, you will undertake the affair more securely if you say to yourself from the start, I wish to take a bath, but also to keep my moral character in accordance with nature. Do likewise with every undertaking. For thus, if anything should happen that interferes with your bathing, be ready to say, oh well, it was not only this that I wanted, but also to keep my moral character in accordance with nature, and I cannot do that if I am irritated by things that happen.
Planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it now. You are not a product of your circumstances. You are a product of your decisions.
No man is hurt by himself. Diogenes.
If you want to be better than someone else, that's the reason why you aren't. It is less of a problem to be poor than to be dishonest.
The power of creation lies in your imagination. Neville Goddard.
Remember that the insult does not come from the person who abuses you or hits you, but from your judgment that such people are insulting you. Therefore, whenever someone provokes you, be aware that it is your own opinion that provokes you. Try, therefore, in the first place, not to be carried away by your impressions, for if you can gain time and delay, you will more easily control yourself.
Do not ruin an apology with an excuse. The more you give, the more you receive.
A man grows most tired while standing still. Chinese proverb.
Most of the time, you have to swallow the pain and learn to grow up by yourself. Of all the thieves, idiots are the most harmful. They steal our time and mood from us.
Everything is transient, except the awareness that perceives it. Papaji.
All substances come soon to their change, and either they shall be resolved by way of exhalation, if so be that all things shall be reunited into one substance, or as others maintain, they shall be scattered and dispersed. As for that rational essence by which all things are governed, as it best understandeth itself, both its own disposition, and what it doth, and what matter it hath to do with, and accordingly doth all things. So we that do not know wonder, if we wonder at many things, the reasons whereof we cannot comprehend.
Failure is only the opportunity more intelligently to begin again. Don't devalue yourself because they didn't value you.
The purpose of life is finding the largest burden that you can bear and bearing it. Jordan Peterson.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. To know your enemy, you must become your enemy.
Feelings come and go like clouds in a windy sky. Conscious breathing is my anchor. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Hippocrates, having cured many sicknesses, fell sick himself and died. The Chaldeans and astrologians, having foretold the deaths of divers, were afterwards themselves surprised by the fates. Alexander and Pompeius and Caius Caesar, having destroyed so many towns and cut off in the field so many thousands both of horse and foot, yet they themselves at last were fain to part with their own lives. Heraclitus, having written so many natural tracts concerning the last and general conflagration of the world, died afterwards, all filled with water within, and all bedaubed with dirt and dung without. Lyte killed Democritus, and Socrates, another sort of vermin, wicked, ungodly men. How then stands the case? Thou hast taken ship, thou hast sailed, thou art come to land. Go out, if to another life, there also shalt thou find gods, who are everywhere. If all life and sense shall cease, then shalt thou cease also to be subject to either pains or pleasures, and to serve and tend this vile cottage. So much the viler, by how much that which ministers unto it doth excel, the one being a rational substance and a spirit, the other nothing but earth and blood.
The feeling of right or wrong is the beginning of wisdom. You are the only person you can control.
The best way to overcome the suffering of life is to stop clinging to the things of life. Buddha.
To realize that you are not your thoughts is when you begin to awaken spiritually. Who reflects too much will accomplish little.
Being at ease with not knowing is crucial for answers to come to you. Eckhart Tolle.
Whatsoever doth happen in the world doth happen justly, and so if thou dost well take heed, thou shalt find it. I say not only in right order by a series of inevitable consequences, but according to justice, and as it were by way of equal distribution, according to the true worth of everything. Continue then to take notice of it, as thou hast begun, and whatsoever thou dost, do it not without this proviso, that it be a thing of that nature that a good man, as the word good is properly taken, may do it. This observe carefully in every action.
The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was ending, he turned into...
Happiness does not depend on what you have or who you are. It solely relies on what you think. Buddha.
Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. Accept criticism, but never accept disrespect.
Every thought and feeling creates a reality. Neville Goddard.
Socrates was wont to call the common conceits and opinions of men, the common bugbears of the world, the proper terror of silly children.
Hope, in reality, is the worst of all evils, because it prolongs the torments of man. You can't litter negativity everywhere and wonder why you have a trashy life.
First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Epictetus.
Respect yourself because people can see if you don't. When you laugh, people laugh with you. And when you cry alone.
Change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change. Wayne Dyer.
Contract thy whole life to the measure and proportion of one single action, and if in every particular action thou dost perform what is fitting to the utmost of thy power, let it suffice thee. And who can hinder thee, but that thou mayest perform what is fitting? But there may be some outward let and impediment. Not any that can hinder thee, but that whatsoever thou dost, thou may do it, justly, temperately, and with the praise of God. Yea, but there may be somewhat, whereby some operation or other of thine may be hindered, and then with that very thing that doth hinder, thou mayest he well pleased, and so by this gentle and equanimous conversion of thy mind unto that which may be, instead of that which at first thou didst intend, in the room of that former action there succeedeth another, which agrees as well with this contraction of thy life that we now speak of.
If you can survive your own thoughts, you can survive anything. Judge no one, just improve yourself.
The miracle is not to fly in the air or to walk on the water, but to walk on the earth. Chinese proverb.
We accept advice in drops, but we distribute it in buckets. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got.
At any given moment, you have the power to say, "This is not how the story is going to end." Deepak Chopra.
This also thou must observe, that whatsoever it is that naturally doth happen to things natural hath somewhat in itself that is pleasing and delightful. As a great loaf when it is baked, some parts of it cleave as it were, and part asunder, and make the crust of it rugged and unequal. And yet those parts of it, though in some sort it be against the art and intention of baking itself, that they are thus cleft and parted, which should have been, and were first made all even and uniform, they become it well nevertheless, and have a certain peculiar property to stir the appetite. So figs are accounted fairest and ripest then, when they begin to shrink and wither as it were. So ripe olives, when they are next to putrefaction, then are they in their proper beauty. The hanging down of grapes, the brow of a lion, the froth of a foaming wild boar, and many other like things, though by themselves considered, they are far from any beauty, yet because they happen naturally, they both are comely and delightful. So that if a man shall, with a profound mind and apprehension, consider all things in the world, even among all those things which are but mere accessories and natural appendices as it were, there will scarce appear anything unto him, wherein he will not find matter of pleasure and delight. So will he behold with as much pleasure the true rictus of wild beasts, as those which by skillful painters and other artificers are imitated. So will he be able to perceive the proper ripeness and beauty of old age, whether in man or woman, and whatsoever else it is that is beautiful and alluring in whatsoever is. With chaste and continent eyes he will soon find out and discern. Those and many other things will he discern, not credible unto everyone, but unto them only who are truly and familiarly acquainted, both with nature itself and all natural things.
Love is a trap. When it appears, we see only its light, not its shadows. The snow goose needs not bathe to make itself white. Neither need you do anything but be yourself.
Man's character is his fate. Heraclitus.
Being cool, calm, and collected in a stressful situation is extremely important. This doesn't mean you need to suppress your emotions. Just don't let them get the better of you. Never force, don't beg, and don't chase.
What you get by achieving your goals is not as important as what you become by achieving your goals. Zig Ziglar.
The wealth required by nature is limited and is easy to procure, but the wealth required by vain ideals extends to infinity.
You may delay, but time will not. In order to understand the world, one has to turn away from it on occasion.
It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Seneca.
It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not weakness, that is life. Your deepest, darkest moment may be the best thing that ever happens to you.
Every state of consciousness is a state of feeling. Neville Goddard.
With respect to any of those things you find attractive or useful or have a fondness for, recall to mind what kind of thing it is, beginning with the most trifling. So if you are fond of an earthen pot, say, "I am fond of an earthen pot." Then you will not be upset if it gets broken. When you kiss your child or wife, say that you are kissing a human being. Then, should they die, you will not be distressed.
Only dead fish go with the flow. Do your best and trust the process. The harder you work, the luckier you will get.
It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop. Confucius.
Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Love hurts. Friends leave. Things go wrong. But remember that life goes on.
The only lasting beauty is the beauty of the heart. Rumi.
Against Epicurus. Even Epicurus perceives that we are by nature social, but having once placed our good in the husk, he is no longer able to say anything else. For on the other hand, he strongly maintains this, that we ought not to admire nor to accept anything which is detached from the nature of good, and he is right in maintaining this. How then are we suspicious if we have no natural affection to our children? Why do you advise the wise man not to bring up children? Why are you afraid that he may thus fall into trouble? For does he fall into trouble on account of the mouse which is nurtured in the house? What does he care if a little mouse in the house makes lamentation to him? But Epicurus knows that if once a child is born, it is no longer in our power not to love it nor care about it. For this reason, Epicurus says that a man who has any sense also does not engage in political matters, for he knows what a man must do who is engaged in such things. For indeed, if you intend to behave among men as you do among a swarm of flies, what hinders you? But Epicurus, who knows this, ventures to say that we should not bring up children. But a sheep does not desert its own offspring, nor yet a wolf. And shall a man desert his child? What do you mean? That we should be as silly as sheep, but not even do they desert their offspring, or as savage as wolves, but not even do wolves desert their young? Well, who would follow your advice if he saw his child weeping after falling on the ground? For my part, I think that even if your mother and your father had been told by an oracle that you would say what you have said, they would not have cast you away.
Things rarely change for the better in your life unless you change them. A river cuts through rock not because of its power, but because of its persistence.
Per aspera ad astra, through hardships to the stars. Latin proverb.
Stay strong. I would rather be a swineherd understood by the swine than a poet misunderstood by men. To be angry is to take revenge on oneself for the mistakes of others.
Gratitude opens the door to the power, the wisdom, the creativity of the universe. Deepak Chopra.
How marvelous useful it is for a man to represent unto himself meats and all such things that are for the mouth, under a right apprehension and imagination. As for example, this is the carcass of a fish, this of a bird, and this of a hog, and again more generally, this falernum, this excellent, highly commended wine, is but the bare juice of an ordinary grape, this purple robe but sheep's hairs, dyed with the blood of a shellfish. So for coitus, it is but the attrition of an ordinary base entrail, and the excretion of a little vile snivel, with a certain kind of convulsion, according to Hippocrates his opinion.
Do not pretend to be better than you are. Live life at your own pace. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future.
Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Buddha.
We humans have two great problems. The first is knowing when to begin. The second is knowing when to stop. No matter how hard the past, you can always begin again.
By taking the time to stop and appreciate who you are and what you've achieved, and perhaps learned through a few mistakes, stumbles, and losses, you actually can enhance everything about you. Jack Canfield.
As for unreasonable creatures then, they had not long been, but presently begun among them swarms and flocks, and broods of young ones, and a kind of mutual love and affection. For though but unreasonable, yet a kind of soul these had, and therefore was that natural desire of union more strong and intense in them, as in creatures of a more excellent nature, than either in plants, or stones, or trees. But among reasonable creatures, begun commonwealths, friendships, families, public meetings, and even in their wars, conventions and truces. Now among them that were yet of a more excellent nature, as the stars and planets, though by their nature far distant one from another, yet even among them began some mutual correspondency and unity. So proper is it to excellency in a high degree to effect unity, as that even in things so far distant, it could operate unto a mutual sympathy. But now behold, what is now come to pass. Those creatures that are reasonable are now the only creatures that have forgotten their natural affection and inclination of one towards another. Among them alone of all other things that are of one kind, there is not to be found a general disposition to flow together. But though they fly from nature, yet are they stopped in their course and apprehended. Do they what they can, nature doth prevail, and so shalt thou confess, if thou dost observe it. For sooner mayest thou find a thing earthly, where no earthly thing is, than find a man that naturally can live by himself alone.
Let that sink in and be in a serious relationship. Donate to charity. Small acts change lives.
You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius.
Never leave till tomorrow that which you can do today. What is not started today is never finished tomorrow.
The ultimate truth is that you are the boundless awareness in which all phenomena arise. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
Those animals which are incapable of making binding agreements with one another not to inflict nor suffer harm are without either justice or injustice. And likewise for those peoples who either could not or would not form binding agreements not to inflict nor suffer harm.
Don't moan, don't complain. Learn to be thick-skinned. Make the most of what you can. Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies.
Ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulties. Latin proverb.
He who is to be a good ruler must have first been ruled. No one ever got tired of loving. They get tired of waiting, hearing lies, assuming, saying sorry, and hurting.
The moment you accept what troubles you've been given, the door will open. Rumi.
The things themselves that affect us, they stand without doors, neither knowing anything themselves, nor able to utter anything unto others concerning themselves. What then is it that passeth verdict on them? The understanding.
Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. Think of tomorrow. The past can't be mended. Great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people.
People often say what is right and do what is wrong, but nobody can be in the wrong if he is doing what is right. Xenophon, Conversations of Socrates.
The world doesn't care about your potential. It cares about what you've done. You will never remember the days and nights you stay home and do nothing.
You are not the body or the mind. You are the pure awareness that observes them. Papaji.
Certain miscellaneous matters. There are certain penalties fixed as by law for those who disobey the divine administration. Whoever thinks any other thing to be good except those things which depend on the will, let him envy, let him desire, let him flatter, let him be perturbed. Whoever considers anything else to be evil, let him grieve, let him lament, let him weep, let him be unhappy. And yet, though so severely punished, we cannot desist. Remember what the poet says about the stranger. Stranger, I must not, e'en if a worse man come. This then may be applied even to a father. I must not, even if a worse man than you should come, treat a father unworthily, for all are from paternal Zeus. And of a brother, for all are from the Zeus who presides over kindred. And so in the other relations of life we shall find Zeus to be an inspector.
One looking into a puddle sees dirt in it. The other, stars reflected in it. Problems cannot be solved with the same level of thinking that created them.
The only impossible journey is the one you never begin. Tony Robbins.
Nothing is particularly hard if you divide it into small jobs. Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good.
Take care of your people and they will take care of you. Jocko Willink.
In what a man ought to be exercised who has made proficiency, and that we neglect the chief things. There are 3 things in which a man ought to exercise himself who would be wise and good. The first concerns the desires and the aversions, that a man may not fail to get what he desires, and that he may not fall into that which he does not desire. The second concerns the movements toward, and the movements from an object, and generally in doing what a man ought to do, that he may act according to order, to reason, and not carelessly. The third thing concerns freedom from deception and rashness in judgment, and generally it concerns the assents. Of these topics, the chief and the most urgent is that which relates to the affects. For an affect is produced in no other way than by a failing to obtain that which a man desires, or a falling into that which a man would wish to avoid. This is that which brings in perturbations, disorders, bad fortune, misfortunes, sorrows, lamentations, and envy, that which makes men envious and jealous. And by these causes we are unable even to listen to the precepts of reason. The second topic concerns the duties of a man. For I ought not to be free from affects like a statue, but I ought to maintain the relations natural and acquired, as a pious man, as a son, as a father, as a citizen. The third topic is that which immediately concerns those who are making proficiency, that which concerns the security of the other 2, so that not even in sleep any appearance unexamined may surprise us, nor in intoxication, nor in melancholy. This, it may be said, is above our power. But the present philosophers, neglecting the first topic and the second, employ themselves on the third, using sophistical arguments, making conclusions from questioning, employing hypotheses, lying. For a man must, as it is said, when employed on these matters, take care that he is not deceived. Who must? The wise and good man. This then is all that is wanting to you. Have you successfully worked out the rest? Are you free from deception in the matter of money? If you see a beautiful girl, do you resist the appearance? If your neighbor obtains an estate by will, are you not vexed? Now is there nothing else wanting to you except unchangeable firmness of mind? Wretch, you hear these very things with fear and anxiety that some person may despise you, and with inquiries about what any person may say about you. And if a man come and tell you that in a certain conversation in which the question was, "Who is the best philosopher?" a man who was present said that a certain person was the chief philosopher, your little soul, which was only a finger's length, stretches out to 2 cubits. But if another who is present, you are mistaken. It is not worthwhile to listen to a certain person, for what does he know? He has only the first principles and no more. Then you are confounded. You grow pale, you cry out immediately, "I will show him who I am, that I am a great philosopher." It is seen by these very things. Why do you wish to show it by others? Do you not know that Diogenes pointed out one of the sophists in this way, by stretching out his middle finger? And then when the man was wild with rage, "This," he said, is the certain person. I pointed him out to you. For a man is not shown by the finger as a stone or a piece of wood, but when any person shows the man's principles, then he shows him as a man. Let us look at your principles also. For is it not plain that you value not at all your own will, but you look externally to things which are independent of your will? For instance, what will a certain person say? And what will people think of you? Will you be considered a man of learning? Have you read Chrysippus or Antipater? For if you have read Archidemus also, you have everything. Why are you still uneasy, lest you should not show us who you are? Would you let me tell you what manner of man you have shown us that you are? You have exhibited yourself to us as a mean fellow, querulous, passionate, cowardly, finding fault with everything, blaming everybody, never quiet, vain. This is what you have exhibited to us. Go away now and read Archidemus. Then, if a mouse should leap down and make a noise, you are a dead man. For such a death awaits you as it did. What was the man's name? Crinus, and he too was proud, because he understood Archidemus. Wretch, will you not dismiss these things that do not concern you at all? These things are suitable to those who are able to learn them without perturbation, to those who can say, I am not subject to anger, to grief, to envy. I am not hindered, I am not restrained. What remains for me? I have leisure, I am tranquil. Let us see how we must deal with sophistical arguments. Let us see how when a man has accepted an hypothesis, he shall not be led away to anything absurd. To them such things belong. To those who are happy it is appropriate to light a fire, to dine, if they choose, both to sing and to dance. But when the vessel is sinking, you come to me and hoist the sails.
It doesn't matter if you're right. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was ending, he turned into...
The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Martin Luther King, Jr.
Early to bed and early to rise in old age makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Value you.
People don't buy for logical reasons. They buy for emotional reasons. Zig Ziglar.
It were indeed more happy and comfortable for a man to depart out of this world, having lived all his life long clear from all falsehood, dissimulation, voluptuousness, and pride. But if this cannot be, yet it is some comfort for a man joyfully to depart as weary and out of love with those, rather than to desire to live and to continue long in those wicked courses. Hath not yet experience taught thee to fly from the plague? For a far greater plague is the corruption of the mind than any certain change and distemper of the common air can be. This is a plague of creatures as they are living creatures, but that of men as they are men or reasonable.
Embrace judgment. No matter your outcome, you'll always be judged. So don't live to impress others. Live to impress yourself. Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence.
The best revenge is massive success. Marcus Aurelius. This quote reflects the Stoic belief in focusing on personal growth and achievement, rather than dwelling on negative emotions like anger or resentment.
Learn to let go, even if you are right. It can ruin your life only if it ruins your character. Otherwise, it cannot harm you inside or out.
The more credit you give away, the more will come back to you. The more you help others, the more they will want to help you. Brian Tracy.
Setting therefore before thine eyes this happiness and felicity of thy mind, whereby it is able to pass through all things, and is capable of all motions, whether as the fire upwards, or as the stone downwards, or as the cylindrus through that which is sloping. Content thyself with it, and seek not after any other thing. For all other kind of hindrances that are not hindrances of thy mind, either they are proper to the body, or merely proceed from the opinion, reason not making that resistance that it should, but basely and cowardly suffering itself to be foiled, and of themselves can neither wound, nor do any hurt at all. Else must he of necessity, whosoever he be that meets with any of them, become worse than he was before. For so is it in all other subjects, that is thought hurtful unto them, whereby they are made worse. But here contrariwise man, if he make that good use of them that he should, is rather the better and the more praiseworthy for any of those kind of hindrances than otherwise. But generally remember that nothing can hurt a natural citizen that is not hurtful unto the city itself, nor anything hurt the city that is not hurtful unto the law itself. But none of these casualties or external hindrances do hurt the law itself, or are contrary to that course of justice and equity by which public societies are maintained. Neither therefore do they hurt either city or citizen.
Blessed are those who do not fear solitude, who are not afraid of their own company, who are not always desperately looking for something to do, something to amuse themselves with, something to judge. Great results can be achieved with small forces. The wise man avoids all extremes.
The most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Ronald Reagan.
Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. Do not let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do.
To know yourself is to know the source of all peace and happiness. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
In another man's mind and understanding thy evil cannot subsist, nor in any proper temper or distemper of the natural constitution of thy body, which is but as it were the coat or cottage of thy soul, wherein then, but in that part of thee, wherein the conceit and apprehension of any misery can subsist. Let not that part therefore admit any such conceit, and then all is well. Though thy body, which is so near it, should either be cut or burnt, or suffer any corruption or putrefaction, yet let that part to which it belongs to, judge of these, be still, at rest. That is, let her judge this, that whatsoever it is that equally may happen to a wicked man and to a good man is neither good nor evil. For that which happens equally to him that lives according to nature, and to him that doth not, is neither according to nature, nor against it, and by consequent, neither good nor bad.
If you are driven by fear, anger, or pride, nature will force you to compete. If you are guided by courage, awareness, tranquility, and peace, nature will serve you. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you.
The first rule is to keep an untroubled spirit. The second is to look things in the face and know them for what they are. Marcus Aurelius.
If you are tired, learn to rest, not to quit. When you laugh, people laugh with you. And when you cry alone.
Understanding means throwing away your knowledge. Thich Nhat Hanh.
As a part, hitherto thou hast had a particular subsistence, and now shalt thou vanish away into the common substance of him who first begot thee, or rather thou shalt be resumed again into that original rational substance, out of which all others have issued and are propagated. Many small pieces of frankincense are set upon the same altar. One drops first and is consumed, another after, and it comes all to one.
There are two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle. The other is as though everything is a miracle. In the end, some of your greatest pains become your greatest strengths.
Esse quam videri, to be rather than to seem, Cicero.
Don't stop when you're tired. Stop when you are done. Don't let someone who did you wrong make you think there's something wrong with you.
If you look deeply into the palm of your hand, you will see your parents and all generations of your ancestors. All of them are alive in this moment. Each is present in your body. You are the continuation of each of these people. Thich Nhat Hanh.
If thou canst but withdraw conceit and opinion concerning that which may seem hurtful and offensive, thou thyself art as safe may be. Thou thyself. And who is that? Thy reason. Yea, but I am not reason. Well, be it so. However, let not thy reason or understanding admit of grief. And if there be anything in thee that is grieved, let that, whatsoever it be, conceive its own grief, if it can.
You don't have to feel good about it. You just have to keep going. The feeling will pass, but you will remain. People are distressed by their inability to do it. The problem, however, is simply that they don't do it.
A man grows most tired while standing still. Chinese proverb.
Do not chase after happiness. It is always in you. You can always begin again.
Success is steady progress toward one's personal goals. Jim Rohn.
God beholds our minds and understandings bare and naked from these material vessels and outsides, and all earthly dross. For with his simple and pure understanding, he pierceth into our inmost and purest parts, which from his, as it were by a water pipe and channel, first flowed and issued. This, if thou also shalt use to do, thou shalt rid thyself of that manifold luggage, wherewith thou art round about encumbered. For he that does regard neither his body, nor his clothing, nor his dwelling, nor any such external furniture, must needs gain unto himself great rest and ease. 3 things there be in all, which thou doest consist of, thy body, thy life, and thy mind. Of these the 2 former are so far forth thine, as that thou art bound to take care for them, but the 3rd alone is that which is properly thine.
It doesn't matter if you're right. You'll see the most clearly at your life's darkest moments.
People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse toward are wasting their time, even when hard at work. Marcus Aurelius.
Just because it's taking time doesn't mean it's not happening. What we do during our working hours determines what we have. What we do in our leisure hours determines what we are.
The truth is that you are not separate from the universe. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
On freedom from fear. What makes the tyrant formidable? The gods, you say, and their swords, and the men of the bedchamber and those who exclude them who would enter. Why then, if you bring a boy to the tyrant when he is with his guards, is he not afraid? Or is it because the child does not understand these things? If then any man does understand what guards are, and that they have swords, and comes to the tyrant for this very purpose because he wishes to die on account of some circumstance and seeks to die easily by the hand of another, is he afraid of the guards? No, for he wishes for the thing which makes the guards formidable. If, then, neither any man wishing to die nor to live by all means, but only as it may be permitted, approaches the tyrant, what hinders him from approaching the tyrant without fear? Nothing. If then a man has the same opinion about his property as the man whom I have instanced has about his body, and also about his children and his wife, and in a word is so affected by some madness or despair that he cares not whether he possesses them or not, but like children who are playing, with shells care about the play, but do not trouble themselves about the shells, so he too has set no value on the materials, but values the pleasure that he has with them and the occupation. What tyrant is then formidable to him, or what guards or what swords? Then through madness is it possible for a man to be so disposed toward these things, and the Galileans through habit. And is it possible that no man can learn from reason and from demonstration that God has made all the things in the universe, and the universe itself completely free from hindrance and perfect, and the parts of it for the use of the whole? All other animals indeed are incapable of comprehending the administration of it. But the rational animal man has faculties for the consideration of all these and for understanding that it is a part, and what kind of a part it is, and that it is right for the parts to be subordinate to the whole. And besides this being naturally noble, magnanimous, and free, man sees that of the things which surround him, some are free from hindrance and in his power, and the other things are subject to hindrance and in the power of others. That the things which are free from hindrance are in the power of the will, and those which are subject to hindrance are the things which are not in the power of the will. And for this reason, if he thinks that his good and his interest be in these things only which are free from hindrance and in his own power, he will be free, prosperous, happy, free from harm, magnanimous, pious, thankful to God for all things, in no matter finding fault with any of the things which have not been put in his power, nor blaming any of them. But if he thinks that his good and his interest are in externals, and in things which are not in the power of his will, he must of necessity be hindered, be impeded, be a slave to those who have the power over things which he admires and fears, and he must of necessity be impious because he thinks that he is harmed by God, and he must be unjust because he always claims more than belongs to him, and he must of necessity be abject and mean. What hinders a man who has clearly separated these things from living with a light heart and bearing easily the reins, quietly expecting everything which can happen and enduring that which has already happened? Would you have me to bear poverty? Come, and you will know what poverty is when it has found one who can act well the part of a poor man. Would you have me to possess power? Let me have power, and also the trouble of it. Well, banishment, wherever I shall go, there it will be well with me. For here also where I am, it was not because of the place that it was well with me, but because of my opinions, which I shall carry off with me. For neither can any man deprive me of them, but my opinions alone are mine, and they cannot he taken from me, and I am satisfied while I have them, wherever I may be, and whatever I am doing. But now it is time to die. Why do you say to die? Make no tragedy show of the thing, but speak of it as it is. It is now time for the matter to be resolved into the things out of which it was composed. And what is the formidable thing here? What is going to perish of the things which are in the universe? What new thing or wondrous is going to happen? Is it for this reason that a tyrant is formidable? Is it for this reason that the guards appear to have swords which are large and sharp? Say this to others, but I have considered about all these things. No man has power over me. I have been made free. I know his commands. No man can now lead me as a slave. I have a proper person to assert my freedom. I have proper judges. Are you not the master of my body? What then is that to me? Are you not the master of my property? What then is that to me? Are you not the master of my exile or of my chains? Well, from all these things and all the poor body itself I depart at your bidding when you please. Make trial of your power, and you will know how far it reaches. Whom then can I still fear? Those who are over the bedchamber, lest they should do what? Shut me out? If they find that I wish to enter, let them shut me out. Why then do you go to the doors? Because I think it befits me while the play lasts to join in it. How then are you not shut out? Because unless someone allows me to go in, I do not choose to go in, but am always content with that which happens. For I think that what God chooses is better than what I choose.
Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. Pay close attention to those who say they love you, because so often they don't. They only use you.
Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a harder battle. Plato.
In the end, you'll be much happier. The more you face challenges, the less you fear them.
Life may not be going well for you now, but as long as you are here, as long as you press forward, anything is possible. Hold on to hope. Nick Vujicic.
Of finery in dress. A certain young man, a rhetorician, came to see Epictetus, with his hair dressed more carefully than was usual, and his attire in an ornamental style. Whereupon Epictetus said, "Tell me you do not think that some dogs are beautiful and some horses, and so of all other animals." "I do think so," the youth replied. "Are not then some men also beautiful and others ugly?" "Certainly. Do we then, for the same reason, call each of them in the same kind beautiful, or each beautiful for something peculiar? And you will judge of this matter thus: since we see a dog naturally formed for one thing, and a horse for another, and for another still, as an example a nightingale, we may generally and not improperly declare each of them to be beautiful then when it is most excellent according to its nature. But since the nature of each is different, each of them seems to me to be beautiful in a different way. Is it not so?" He admitted that it was. That then which makes a dog beautiful makes a horse ugly, and that which makes a horse beautiful makes a dog ugly, if it is true that their natures are different. It seems to be so, for I think that what makes a pancratiast beautiful makes a wrestler to be not good, and a runner to be most ridiculous, and he who is beautiful for the pentathlon is very ugly for wrestling." "It is so," said he. "What then makes a man beautiful is that which in its kind makes both a dog and a horse beautiful." "It is," he said. "What then makes a dog beautiful? The possession of the excellence of a dog. And what makes a horse beautiful? The possession of the excellence of a horse. What then makes a man beautiful? Is it not the possession of the excellence of a man? And do you then, if you wish to be beautiful, young man, labor at this, the acquisition of human excellence? But what is this? Observe whom you yourself praise, when you praise many persons without partiality. Do you praise the just or the unjust? The just. Whether do you praise the moderate or the immoderate? The moderate. And the temperate or the intemperate? The temperate. If then you make yourself such a person, you will know that you will make yourself beautiful. But so long as you neglect these things, you must be ugly, even though you contrive all you can to appear beautiful. Further, I do not know what to say to you, for if I say to you what I think, I shall offend you, and you will perhaps leave the school and not return to it. And if I do not say what I think, see how I shall be acting if you come to me to be improved, and I shall not improve you at all. And if you come to me as to a philosopher, and I shall say nothing to you as a philosopher, and how cruel it is to you to leave you uncorrected. If at any time afterward you shall acquire sense, you will with good reason blame me and say, "What did Epictetus observe in me that, when he saw me in such a plight coming to him in such a scandalous condition, he neglected me and never said a word? Did he so much despair of me? Was I not young? Was I not able to listen to reason? And how many other young men at this age commit many like errors? I hear that a certain Polemon, from being a most dissolute youth, underwent such a great change. Well, suppose that he did not think that I should be a Polemon. Yet he might have set my hair right. He might have stripped off my decorations. He might have stopped me from plucking the hair out of my body. But when he saw me dressed like, what shall I say? He kept silent. I do not say like what, but you will say, when you come to your senses and shall know what it is, and what persons use such a dress. If you bring this charge against me hereafter, what defense shall I make? Why? Shall I say that the man will not be persuaded by me? Was Laius persuaded by Apollo? Did he and get drunk and show no care for the oracle? Well then, for this reason did Apollo refuse to tell him the truth. I indeed do not know whether you will be persuaded by me or not, but Apollo knew most certainly that Laius would not be persuaded, and yet he spoke. But why did he speak? I say in reply, but why is he Apollo? And why does he deliver oracles? And why has he fixed himself in this place as a prophet and source of truth, and for the inhabitants of the world to resort to him? And why are the words, "Know yourself," written in front of the temple, though no person takes any notice of them? Did Socrates persuade all his hearers to take care of themselves? Not the 1,000th part. But however, after he had been placed in this position by the deity, as he himself says, he never left it. But what does he say even to his judges? If you acquit me on these conditions that I no longer do that which I do now, I will not consent, and I will not desist, but I will go up both to young and to old, and to speak plainly to every man whom I meet, and I will ask the questions which I ask now, and most particularly will I do this to you, my fellow citizens, because you are more nearly related to me.
Each pain makes you more strong, each betrayal more intelligent, every disappointment more skillful, and each experience more wise. Listen, or your tongue will make you deaf.
You only lose what you cling to. Buddha.
Surround yourself with people who talk about visions and ideas, not people. No one cares except family. Start saving your money. Don't spend it on homes you can't afford, fancy cars, and running your credit cards to the max. In the end, you'll be much happier.
The greatest of all mistakes is to do nothing because you think you can only do a little. Zig Ziglar.
I continue my course by actions according to nature until I fall and cease, breathing out my last breath into that air, by which continually breathed in I did live, and falling upon that earth, out of whose gifts and fruits my father gathered his seed, my mother her blood, and my nurse her milk, out of which for so many years I have been provided, both of meat and drink. And lastly, which beareth me that tread upon it, and beareth with me that so many ways do abuse it, or so freely make use of it, so many ways to so many ends.
Weak desire brings weak results, just as a small fire makes a small amount of heat. The man who asks a question is a fool for a minute. The man who does not ask is a fool for life.
The miracle is not to fly in the air or to walk on the water, but to walk on the earth. Chinese proverb.
Sometimes you are tested not to show your weaknesses, but to discover your strengths. Nobody's intentions are truly clear even after being stated.
If you learn from defeat, you haven't really lost. Zig Ziglar.
In the ancient mystical letters of the Ephesians, there was an item that a man should always have in his mind some one or other of the ancient worthies.
People don't forget. Nothing gets forgiven. Maybe you are not healing because you're trying to be who you were before. That person doesn't exist anymore because there's a new you trying to be born.
Since every man dies, It is better to die with distinction than to live long. Musonius Rufus.
Never expect too high. The more you expect, when it doesn't meet your expectation, the more it's going to hurt you. When you were born, you cried, and the world rejoiced. Live your life so that when you die, the world cries, and you rejoice.
When you are inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break their bonds. Your mind transcends limitations, your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Dormant forces, faculties, and talents come alive, and you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. Wayne Dyer.
Whatsoever is now present, and from day to day hath its existence, all objects of memories, and the minds and memories themselves incessantly consider, all things that are have their being by change and alteration. Use thyself therefore often to meditate upon this, that the nature of the universe delights in nothing more than in altering those things that are, and in making others like unto them, so that we may say that whatsoever is but as it were the seed of that which shall be. For if thou think that that only is seed which either the earth or the womb receiveth, thou art very simple.
If you hate starting over, stop quitting. Never lose your sense of humor. Laughter is the best medicine for the soul.
Life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. Confucius.
I guess it comes down to a simple choice, really. Get busy living or get busy dying. Plan for what is difficult while it is easy. Do what is great while it is small.
Winners make a habit of manufacturing their own positive expectations in advance of the event. Brian Tracy.
Do not be troubled by thoughts such as these. I will be valued by no one my whole life long, a nobody everywhere. For if lacking value is something bad, which it is, you cannot be involved in anything bad through other people, any more than you can be involved in anything disgraceful. Is it any business of yours, then, to acquire status, or to be invited to a banquet? Certainly not. How then can this be regarded as lacking value? And how will you be a nobody everywhere, when all you have to be is a somebody concerning those things that are in your power, with respect to which you can be someone of the greatest value? 2. But my friends, you say, will lack support. What do you mean, lack support? Certainly they won't get much cash from you, neither will you make them Roman citizens. Who told you then that these things are amongst those that are in our power, and not the business of other people? And who can give to others things they do not have themselves? 3. Get some money then, someone says, so that we can have some too. If I can get it whilst also preserving my self-respect, my trustworthiness, my magnanimity, show me how, and I will get it. But if you ask me to forsake those things that are good, and my own, in order that you may acquire those things that are not good, see for yourself how unfair and thoughtless you are. Besides, what would you rather have, money, or a friend who is trustworthy and has self-respect? Therefore help me towards this end, and do not ask me to do anything by which I will lose those very qualities. 4. But my country, you say, as far as it depends on me, will be without my help. The Handbook of Epictetus 7, revised 2003, 10-10. I ask again, what help do you mean? It will not have colonnades and bathhouses on your account. But what does that mean? For neither is it provided with shoes by a smith, nor weapons by a shoemaker. It is enough if everyone properly attends to their own business. But if you were to provide it with another trustworthy citizen who has self-respect, would that not be of use to your country? Yes. Well then, you also cannot be useless to it. 5. What place then, you ask, will I have in the community? That which you may have whilst also preserving your trustworthiness and self-respect. But if by wishing to be useful, you throw away these qualities, of what use can you be to your community if you become shameless and untrustworthy?
Never let the same people disappoint you twice. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants.
The beginning is the most important part of the work, Plato.
If all printers were determined not to print anything till they were sure it would offend nobody, there would be very little printed. May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears.
From time to time, to remind ourselves to relax and be peaceful, we may wish to set aside some time for a retreat, a day of mindfulness, when we can walk slowly, smile, drink tea with a friend, enjoy being together as if we are the happiest people on earth. Thich Nhat Hanh.
This may ever be my comfort and security. My understanding that ruleth over all will not of itself bring trouble and vexation upon itself. This I say, it will not put itself in any fear, it will not lead itself into any concupiscence. If it be in the power of any other to compel it to fear or to grieve, it is free for him to use his power. But sure if itself do not of itself, through some false opinion or supposition, incline itself to any such disposition, there is no fear. For as for the body, why should I make the grief of my body to be the grief of my mind? If that itself can either fear or complain, let it. But as for the soul, which indeed can only be truly sensible of either fear or grief, to which only it belongs according to its different imaginations and opinions, to admit of either of these or of their contraries, thou mayest look to that thyself, that it suffer nothing, induce her not to any such opinion or persuasion. The understanding is of itself sufficient unto itself, and needs not, if itself doth not bring itself to need, any other thing besides itself. And by consequent, as it needs nothing, so neither can it be troubled or hindered by anything, if itself doth not trouble and hinder itself.
Inner peace begins the moment you choose not to allow another person or event to control your emotions. Do not be afraid to take risks and try new things. Life is too short to always play it safe.
From this instant on, vow to stop disappointing yourself. Separate yourself from the mob. Decide to be extraordinary and do what you need to do, now. Epictetus.
Given the choice between being right and being kind, choose kind. Life will separate you from your friends, so appreciate each moment you have together.
The more people you help, the more money you will make. Alex Hormozy.
Protection from other men, secured to some extent by the power to expel and by material prosperity, comes in its purest form from a quiet life withdrawn from the multitude.
The person who cares less has the most power in a relationship. Learn from what people do, not from what they tell you.
No man is crushed by misfortune, unless he has first been deceived by prosperity. Seneca.
If you conquer not yourself, you will be conquered by yourself. Life is a boxing game. Defeat is not declared when you fall down. It is declared when you refuse to get up.
You can't control people's behavior, but you can control how you respond to it. Jay Shetty.
Under, above, and about are the motions of the elements. But the motion of virtue is none of those motions, but is somewhat more excellent and divine, whose way, to speed and prosper in it, must be through a way that is not easily comprehended.
A blind man is a poor guide until it gets dark. Never make a permanent decision based on temporary emotions.
The two most powerful warriors are patience and time. Leo Tolstoy.
The heaviest burden we carry is the weight of our expectations. Be careful who you trust. Salt and sugar look the same.
The healthy man does not torture others. Generally, it is the tortured who turn into torturers. Carl Jung.
Does someone bathe hastily? Do not say that they do so badly, but hastily. Does someone drink a great deal of wine? Do not say that they do this badly, but that they drink a great deal. For until you understand their motives, how do you know that what they do is bad? Understand this, and you will never receive convincing impressions, but assent to quite different ones.
To wish to be well is a part of becoming well. Do not waste your time with explanations. People only hear what they want to hear.
If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. Marcus Aurelius.
Three may keep a secret if two of them are dead. Love people, not things. Use things, not people.
If you view all the things that happen to you, both good and bad, as opportunities, then you operate out of a higher level of consciousness. Les Brown.
To live with the gods. He liveth with the gods, who at all times affords unto them the spectacle of a soul, both contented and well pleased with whatsoever is afforded, or allotted unto her, and performing whatsoever is pleasing to that spirit, whom, being part of himself, Jove hath appointed to every man as his overseer and governor.
If all printers were determined not to print anything till they were sure it would offend nobody, there would be very little printed. When you are winning, keep your mouth shut.
The one who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace. Bhagavad Gita.
A house is not a home unless it contains food and fire for the mind as well as the body. Allow yourself to be a beginner. No one starts off being excellent.
Attachment to views is the greatest impediment to the spiritual path. Thich Nhat Hanh.
What fear is there that thy dogmata or philosophical resolutions and conclusions should become dead in thee, and lose their proper power and efficacy to make thee live happy, as long as those proper and correlative fancies and representations of things on which they mutually depend, which continually to stir up and revive is in thy power, are still kept fresh and alive? It is in my power concerning this thing that is happened, whatsoever it be, to conceit that which is right and true. If it be, why then am I troubled? Those things that are without my understanding are nothing to it at all, and that is it only, which doth properly concern me. Be always in this mind, and thou wilt be right.
One finds limits by pushing them. Happiness depends more on the inward disposition of mind than on outward circumstances.
It is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Chinese proverb.
Experience is the teacher of all things. Just because you miss someone doesn't mean you need them back in your life.
You don't get paid for the hour. You get paid for the value you bring to the hour. Jim Rohn.
Everyone on Tim's body is the measure for their possessions, as the foot is a measure for the shoe. If then you hold this principle, you will maintain the proper measure. But if you go beyond it, you will inevitably be carried over a cliff. Thus, in the case of the shoe, if you go beyond the foot, first you will get a gilded shoe, then a purple one, and then an embroidered one. For once you have gone beyond the measure, there is no limit.
If you expect others to make you happy, you will always be disappointed. You are responsible for your own happiness. The first man gets the oyster, the second man gets the shell.
Veritas vos liberabit. The truth shall set you free. Latin phrase.
Stop putting too much trust in them. Don't let anyone know what you're doing until it's done. The only person with whom you have to compare yourself is you in the past.
If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Zig Ziglar.
To Rusticus I am beholding, that I first entered into the conceit that my life wanted some redress and cure, and then, that I did not fall into the ambition of ordinary sophists, either to write tracts concerning the common theorems, or to exhort men unto virtue and the study of philosophy by public orations, as also that I never by way of ostentation did affect to show myself an active, able man for any kind of bodily exercises, and that I gave over the study of rhetoric and poetry and of elegant, neat language, that I did not use to walk about the house in my long robe, nor to do any such things. Moreover, I learned of him to write letters without any affectation or curiosity, such as that was, which by him was written to my mother from Sinuessa, and to be easy and ready to be reconciled, and well pleased again with them that had offended me, as soon as any of them would be content to seek unto me again, to read with diligence, not to rest satisfied with a light and superficial knowledge, nor quickly to assent to things commonly spoken of, whom also I must thank that ever I lighted upon Epictetus, his Hypomnemata, or moral commentaries and common factions, which also he gave me of his own.
Most of the stuff you worry about never happens. The wise man is one who knows what he does not know.
Whether it's the best of times or the worst of times, it's the only time we've got. Art Buchwald.
There was never a bad peace or a good war. Effort never goes in vain.
Life can be found only in the present moment. The past is gone, the future is not yet here, and if we do not go back to ourselves in the present moment, we cannot be in touch with life. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Whatsoever it is that thou goest about, consider of it by thyself, and ask thyself, what, because I shall do this no more when I am dead, should therefore death seem grievous unto me?
Only appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. I would rather be a swineherd understood by the swine than a poet misunderstood by men.
An invisible red thread connects those who are destined to meet, regardless of time, place, or circumstance. The thread may stretch or tangle, but it will never break. Chinese proverb.
Always be able to support yourself financially, mentally, and physically. How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?
Everything you experience today is the result of choices you have made in the past. Jack Canfield.
What philosophy promises? When a man was consulting him how he should persuade his brother to cease being angry with him, Epictetus replied, "Philosophy does not propose to secure for a man any external thing. If it did, philosophy would be allowing something which is not within its province. For as the carpenter's material is wood, and that of the statuary is copper, so the matter of the art of living is each man's life. What then is, my brothers? That again belongs to his own art, but with respect to yours, it is one of the external things, like a piece of land, like health, like reputation. But philosophy promises none of these. In every circumstance I will maintain, she says, the governing part conformable to nature. Whose governing part? His in whom I am, she says. How then shall my brother cease to be angry with me? Bring him to me and I will tell him. But I have nothing to say to you about his anger. When the man who was consulting him said, I seek to know this how, even if my brother is not reconciled to me, shall I maintain myself in a state conformable to nature? Nothing great, said Epictetus, is produced suddenly, since not even the grape or the fig is. If you say to me now that you want a fig, I will answer to you that it requires time. Let it flower first, then put forth fruit, and then ripen. Is then the fruit of a fig tree not perfected suddenly and in 1 hour? And would you possess the fruit of a man's mind in so short a time and so easily? Do not expect it, even if I tell you.
It's okay. They are only human. What people say when they are angry aren't things they mean. They regret it often. Forgive angry people. The only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd rather not.
Teachers open the door, but you must enter by yourself. Chinese proverb.
It all begins and ends in your mind. What you give power to has power over you. Work on mastering your mind. Even the smallest lie can break the biggest trust.
Successful people are always looking for opportunities to help others. Unsuccessful people are always asking, what's in it for me? Brian Tracy.
How magnanimity is consistent with care. Things themselves are indifferent, but the use of them is not indifferent. How then shall a man preserve firmness and tranquility, and at the same time be careful and neither rash nor negligent, if he imitates those who play at dice? The counters are indifferent. The dice are indifferent. How do I know what the cast will be? But to use carefully and dexterously the cast of the dice. This is my business. Thus in life also the chief business is this: distinguish and separate things and say, externals are not in my power. Will is in my power. Where shall I seek the good and the bad? Within, in the things which are my own. But in what does not belong to you, call nothing either good or bad, or profit or damage or anything of the kind. What then? Should we use such things carelessly? In no way, for this, on the other hand, is bad for the faculty of the will, and consequently against nature. But we should act carefully, because the use is not indifferent, and we should also act with firmness and freedom from perturbations, because the material is indifferent. For where the material is not indifferent, there no man can hinder me, nor compel me. Where I can be hindered and compelled, the obtaining of those things is not in my power, nor is it good or bad, but the use is either bad or good, and the use is in my power. But it is difficult to mingle and to bring together these two things: the carefulness of him who is affected by the matter, and the firmness of him who has no regard for it. But it is not impossible, and if it is, happiness is impossible. But we should act as we do in the case of a voyage. What can I do? I can choose the master of the ship, the sailors, the day, the opportunity. Then comes a storm. What more have I to care for? For my part is done. The business belongs to another, the master, but the ship is sinking. What then have I to do? I do the only things that I can, not to be drowned full of fear, nor screaming, nor blaming God, but knowing that what has been produced must also perish. For I am not an immortal being, but a man, a part of the whole, as an hour is a part of the day. I must be present like the hour, and past like the hour. What difference then does it make to me how I pass away, whether by being suffocated or by a fever, for I must pass through some such means. This is just what you will see those doing who play at ball skillfully. No one cares about the ball being good or bad, but about throwing and catching it. In this, therefore, is the skill, this the art, the quickness, the judgment, so that if I spread out my lap, I may not be able to catch it, and another, if I throw, may catch the ball. But if with perturbation and fear we receive or throw the ball, what kind of play is it then? And wherein shall a man be steady? And how shall a man see the order in the game? But one will say, throw, or do not throw, and another will say, you have thrown once. This is quarreling, not play. Socrates then knew how to play at ball. How? By using pleasantry in the court where he was tried. Tell me, he says, Anytus, how do you say that I do not believe in God? The demons, who are they, think you? Are they not sons of gods, or compounded of gods and men? When Anytus admitted this, Socrates said, who then, think you, can believe that there are mules but not asses? And this he said as if he were playing at ball. And what was the ball in that case? Life, chains, banishment, a draught of poison, separation from wife and leaving children orphans. These were the things with which he was playing. But still he did play and threw the ball skillfully. So we should do. We must employ all the care of the players, but show the same indifference about the ball. For we ought by all means to apply our art to some external material, not as valuing the material, but whatever it may be, showing our art in it. Thus, too, the weaver does not make wool, but exercises his art upon such as he receives. Another gives you food and property and is able to take them away, and your poor body also. When then you have received the material, work on it. If then you come out without having suffered anything, all who meet you will congratulate you on your escape. But he who knows how to look at such things, if he shall see that you have behaved properly in the matter, will commend you and be pleased with you. And if he shall find that you owe your escape to any want of proper behavior, he will do the contrary. For where rejoicing is reasonable, there also is congratulation reasonable. How then is it said that some external things are according to nature and others contrary to nature? It is said as it might be said if we were separated from union. For to the foot I shall say that it is according to nature for it to be clean. But if you take it as a foot and as a thing not detached, it will be fitted both to step into the mud and tread on thorns, and sometimes to be cut off for the benefit of the whole body. Otherwise it is no longer a foot. We should think in some way about ourselves also. What are you? A man. If you consider yourself as detached from other men, it is according to nature to live to old age, to be rich, to be healthy. But if you consider yourself as a man and a part of a certain whole, it is for the sake of that whole that at one time you should be sick, at another time take a voyage and run into danger, and at another time be in want, and in some cases die prematurely. Why then are you troubled? Do you not know that as a foot is no longer a foot if it is detached from the body, so you are no longer a man if you are separated from other men? For what is a man? A part of a state, of that first which consists of gods and of men, then of that which is called next to it, which is a small image of the universal state. What then must I be brought to trial? Must another have a fever, another sail on the sea, another die, and another be condemned. Yes, for it is impossible in such a body, in such a universe of things among so many living together, that such things should not happen, some to one and others to others. It is your duty then, since you are come here, to say what you ought, to arrange these things as it is fit. Then someone says, I shall charge you with doing me wrong. Much good may it do you. I have done my part. But whether you also have done yours, you must look to that. For there is some danger of this too, that it may escape your notice.
Emotion, which is suffering, ceases to be suffering as soon as we form a clear and precise picture of it. Courage is not having the strength to go on. It is going on when you don't have the strength.
The attention you give to any action should be in due proportion to its worth. Marcus Aurelius.
Be careful what you tolerate. You are teaching people how to treat you. Ultimately, the people who mind don't matter, and the people who matter don't mind.
For things to reveal themselves to us, we need to be ready to abandon our views about them. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Not to wander out of the way, but upon every motion and desire, to perform that which is just, and ever to be careful to attain to the true natural apprehension of every fancy that presents itself.
When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. If you think you can do a thing, or think you can't do a thing, you're right.
In the confrontation between the stream and the rock, the stream always wins, not through strength, but by perseverance. Buddha.
Do not shake the green apple tree. When the apple is ripe, it will fall down by itself. Dead people receive more flowers than the living ones because regret is stronger than gratitude.
The search for truth ends when you realize you are already the truth. Papa G.
And as for thy body, what canst thou fear, if thou dost consider that thy mind and understanding, when once it hath recollected itself, and knows its own power, hath in this life and breath, whether it runs smoothly and gently, or whether harshly and rudely, no interest at all, but is altogether indifferent, and whatsoever else thou hast heard and assented unto concerning either pain or pleasure, but the care of thine honor and reputation will perchance distract thee. How can that be, if thou dost look back, and consider both how quickly all things that are forgotten, and what an immense chaos of eternity was before and will follow after all things, and the vanity of praise, and the inconstancy and variableness of human judgments and opinions, and the narrowness of the place wherein it is limited and circumscribed. For the whole earth is but as one point, and of it, this inhabited part of it, is but a very little part. And of this part, how many in number, and what manner of men are they that will commend thee? What remains then, but that thou often put in practice this kind of retiring of thyself to this little part of thyself, and above all things, keep thyself from distraction, and intend not anything vehemently, but be free and consider all things, as a man whose proper object is virtue, as a man whose true nature is to be kind and sociable, as a citizen, as a mortal creature, Among other things, which to consider and look into thou must use to withdraw thyself, let those two be among the most obvious and at hand. 1. That the things or objects themselves reach not unto the soul, but stand without still and quiet, and that it is from the opinion only which is within, that all the tumult and all the trouble doth proceed. The next, that all these things, which now thou seest, shall within a very little while be changed and be no more, and ever call to mind how many changes and alterations in the world thou thyself hast already been an eyewitness of in thy time. This world is mere change, and this life opinion.
Sometimes it's a blessing to not get what you want. The first step to getting anywhere is deciding you're not willing to stay where you are.
Do not seek to have everything at once, but be content to advance in the way which leads to it. Discourses. This quote encourages patience and gradual progress towards our goals. It advocates for a balanced approach to life, emphasizing the importance of steady growth and development.
Today is the oldest you've ever been in your life, and the youngest you'll ever be again. Holding on to things will always make you more stressed.
Your consciousness is the only reality. Neville Goddard.
Of providence. Do not wonder if for other animals than man all things are provided for the body, not only food and drink, but beds also, and they have no need of shoes, nor bed materials, nor clothing. But we require all these additional things. For animals not being made for themselves, but for service, it was not fit for them to be made so as to need other things. For consider what it would be for us to take care not only of ourselves, but also about cattle and asses, how they should be clothed, and how shod, and how they should eat and drink. Now as soldiers are ready for their commander, shod, clothed, and armed, but it would be a hard thing for the chiliarch to go round and shoe or clothe his 1,000 men. So also nature has formed the animals which are made for service, already prepared and requiring no further care. So one little boy with only a stick drives the cattle. But now we, instead of being thankful that we need not take the same care of animals as of ourselves, complain of God on our own account. And yet, in the name of Zeus and the gods, any one thing of those which exist would be enough to make a man perceive the providence of God. At least a man who is modest and grateful. And speak not to me now of the great things, but only of this, that milk is produced from grass, and cheese from milk, and wool from skins. Who made these things or devised them? No one, you say. Oh, amazing shamelessness and stupidity! Well, let us omit the works of nature and contemplate her smaller acts. Is there anything less useful than the hair on the chin? What then has not nature used this hair also in the most suitable manner possible? Has she not by it distinguished the male and the female? Does not the nature of every man forthwith proclaim from a distance, I am a man, as such approach me, as such speak to me. Look for nothing else. See the signs? Again, in the case of women, as she has mingled something softer in the voice, so she has also deprived them of hair on the chin. You say, not so. The human animal ought to have been left without marks of distinction, and each of us should have been obliged to proclaim, I am a man. But how is not the sign beautiful and becoming and venerable? How much more beautiful than the cock's comb? how much more becoming than the lion's mane. For this reason, we ought to preserve the signs which God has given. We ought not to throw them away, nor to confound, as much as we can, the distinctions of the sexes. Are these the only works of providence in us? And what words are sufficient to praise them and set them forth according to their worth? For if we had understanding, ought we to do anything else, both jointly and severally, than to sing hymns and bless the deity, and to tell of his benefits? Ought we not, when we are digging and plowing and eating, to sing this hymn to God? Great is God, who has given us such implements with which we shall cultivate the earth. Great is God, who has given us hands, the power of swallowing, a stomach imperceptible growth, and the power of breathing while we sleep. This is what we ought to sing on every occasion, and to sing the greatest and most divine hymn for giving us the faculty of comprehending these things and using a proper way. Well then, since most of you have become blind, ought there not to be some man to fill this office, and on behalf of all to sing the hymn to God? For what else can I do, a lame old man, than sing hymns to God? If then I was a nightingale, I would do the part of a nightingale. If I were a swan, I would do like a swan. But now I am a rational creature, and I ought to praise God. This is my work. I do it, nor will I desert this post, so long as I am allowed to keep it. And I exhort you to join in this same song.
You have to do what is right for you. No one else is walking in your shoes. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom.
The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Bhagavad Gita.
Do not regret the past. At that moment, you did your best. Only two things can reveal life's great secrets: suffering and love.
To think in terms of either pessimism or optimism oversimplifies the truth. The problem is to see reality as it is. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Remember that all is but opinion and conceit, for those things are plain and apparent, which were spoken unto Monimus the cynic. And as plain and apparent is the use that may be made of those things, if that which is true and serious in them be received as well as that which is sweet and pleasing.
Anything you need will come to you at the perfect time. He who knows and pretends not to know is on top. Who without knowledge pretends to be knowledgeable, he is sick.
I will reveal to you a love potion, without medicine, without herbs, without any witch's magic. If you want to be loved, then love. Hecate of Rhodes.
Time never waits. It only urges you to catch up or get left behind. Everything should be different inwardly, but our outward face should conform with the crowd.
No matter what the situation, remind yourself, I have a choice. Deepak Chopra.
When thou wilt comfort and cheer thyself, call to mind the several gifts and virtues of them, whom thou dost daily converse with, as for example the industry of the one, the modesty of another, the liberality of a third, of another some other thing. For nothing can so much rejoice thee as the resemblances and parallels of several virtues, visible and eminent in the dispositions of those who live with thee, especially when, all at once, as near as may be, they represent themselves unto thee, and therefore thou must have them always in a readiness.
Let go and let life strengthen you no matter how much it hurts. Love is an ideal thing, marriage a real thing.
He who knows all the answers has not been asked all the questions. Confucius.
Keep going. Mastery of reading and writing requires a master. Still more so, life.
The realization of the self is the end of all seeking. Papaji.
We all work to one effect, some willingly, and with a rational apprehension of what we do, others without any such knowledge. As I think Heraclitus in a place speaketh of them that sleep, that even they do work in their kind, and do confer to the general operations of the world. One man therefore doth co-operate after one sort, and another after another sort, but even he that doth murmur, and to his power doth resist and hinder, even he, as much as any, doth co-operate. For of such also did the world stand in need. Now do thou consider among which of these thou wilt rank thyself. For as for him who is the administrator of all, he will make good use of thee whether thou wilt or no, and make thee, as a part and member of the whole, so to cooperate with him, that whatsoever thou doest shall turn to the furtherance of his own counsels and resolutions. But be not thou, for shame, such a part of the whole, as that vile and ridiculous verse, which Chrysippus in a place doth mention, is a part of the comedy.
One step at a time, a stumble may prevent a fall. Our only limitations are those we set up in our own minds.
The soul is the ruler of the body. Phaedrus. Plato's concept of the soul's dominance over the physical body underscores the importance of self-control, reason, and moral guidance in our lives.
Comparison is the thief of joy. Focus on your path, not someone else's. Learn as if you constantly feel you lack knowledge, and as if you are constantly afraid of losing your knowledge.
Imagine no limitations. Decide what's right and desirable before you decide what's possible. Brian Tracy.
What portion soever, either of air or fire, there be in thee, although by nature it tend upwards, submitting nevertheless to the ordinance of the universe, it abides here below in this mixed body. So whatsoever is in thee, either earthy or humid, although by nature it tend downwards, yet is it against its nature both raised upwards and standing or consistent. So obedient are even the elements themselves to the universe, abiding patiently wheresoever, though against their nature, they are placed, until the sound, as it were, of their retreat and separation. Is it not a grievous thing, then, that thy reasonable part only should be disobedient, and should not endure to keep its place? Yea, though it be nothing enjoined that is contrary unto it, but that only which is according to its nature. For we cannot say of it when it is disobedient, as we say of the fire or air, that it tends upwards towards its proper element, for then goes it the quite contrary way. For the motion of the mind to any injustice, or incontinency, or to sorrow, or to fear, is nothing else but a separation from nature. Also, when the mind is grieved for anything that is happened by the divine providence, then doth it likewise forsake its own place. For it was ordained unto holiness and godliness, which specially consist in an humble submission to God and his providence in all things, as well as unto justice. These also being part of those duties, which as naturally sociable we are bound unto, and without which we cannot happily converse one with another, yea, in the very ground and fountain indeed of all just actions.
Time is money. While we wait for life, life passes.
Kindness is invincible, but only when it's sincere, with no hypocrisy or faking. Marcus Aurelius.
Remember, things may come to those who wait, but only the things left by those who hustle. Time always exposes what you truly mean to someone. Even the finest sword plunged into salt water will eventually rust.
In true love, you attain freedom. When you love, you bring freedom to the person you love. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Either all things by the providence of reason happen unto every particular as a part of one general body, and then it is against reason that a part should complain of anything that happens for the good of the whole. Or if, according to Epicurus, atoms be the cause of all things, and that life be nothing else but an accidentary confusion of things, and death nothing else but a mere dispersion, and so of all other things, what doest thou trouble thyself for?
Act as if you were already happy, and that will tend to make you happy. You need to stop the habit of doubting yourself.
An idea that is developed and put into action is more important than an idea that exists only as an idea. Buddha.
Be like the fountain that overflows, not like the cistern that nearly contains. There are no shortcuts to any place worth going.
The only limit to your impact is your imagination and commitment. Tony Robbins.
Whatsoever thou doest hereafter aspire unto, thou mayest even now enjoy and possess, if thou doest not envy thyself thine own happiness. And that will be, if thou shalt forget all that is past, and for the future refer thyself wholly to the divine providence, and shalt bend and apply all thy present thoughts and intentions to holiness and righteousness, to holiness in accepting willingly whatsoever is sent by the divine providence, as being that which the nature of the universe hath appointed unto thee, which also hath appointed thee for that, whatsoever it be. To righteousness, in speaking the truth freely, and without ambiguity, and in doing all things justly and discreetly. Now in this good course, let not other men's either wickedness, or opinion, or voice hinder thee. No, nor the sense of this thy pampered mass of flesh. For let that which suffers look to itself. If therefore whensoever the time of thy departing shall come, thou shalt readily leave all things, and shalt respect thy mind only, and that divine part of thine, and this shall be thine only fear, not that some time or other thou shalt cease to live, but thou shalt never begin to live according to nature. Then shalt thou be a man indeed, worthy of that world, from which thou hadst thy beginning. Then shalt thou cease to be a stranger in thy country, and to wonder at those things that happen daily, as things strange and unexpected, and anxiously to depend of divers things that are not in thy power.
Life is just a race against time, so have a good time. If you lack faith, then existence does not believe in you.
It's easier to do a job right than to explain why you didn't. Martin Van Buren.
Surround yourself with people who talk about visions and ideas, not people. Overthinking, depression, saying no to important things, revenge, ruining your own life, observing, increase in wisdom, forgiving, healing, letting go, peace of mind.
The only thing you have to do is to relax and allow the natural flow of things. Alan Watts.
Where there shall neither roarer be nor harlot. Why so? As thou dost purpose to live, when thou hast retired thyself to some such place, where neither roarer nor harlot is, so mayest thou hear. And if they will not suffer thee, then mayest thou leave thy life rather than thy calling, but so as one that doth not think himself anyways wronged, only as one would say, here is a smoke, I will out of it, and what a great matter is this. Now till some such thing force me out, I will continue free, neither shall any man hinder me to do what I will, and my will shall ever be by the proper nature of a reasonable and sociable creature, regulated and directed.
Both the optimist and the pessimist contribute to society. The optimist invents the airplane, the pessimist the parachute. Good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws.
The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do. Marcus Aurelius.
Be wary of the man who urges an action in which he himself incurs no risk. The more thankful you are, the more you attract things to be thankful for.
The self is always present. You only need to recognize it. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
What we ought to have ready in difficult circumstances. When you're going into any great personage, remember that another also from above sees what is going on, and that you ought to please him rather than the other. He then, who sees from above, asks you, in the schools, what used you to say about exile and bonds and death and disgrace? I used to say that they are things indifferent. What then do you say of them now? Are they changed at all? No. Are you changed then? No. Tell me then what things are indifferent, the things which are independent of the will. Tell me also what follows from this. The things which are independent of the will are nothing to me. Tell me also about the good. What was your opinion? A will such as we ought to have, and also such a use of appearances. And the end, what is it? To follow thee. Do you say this now also? I say the same now also. Then go into the great personage boldly, and remember these things, and you will see what a youth is, who has studied these things when he is among men who have not studied them. I indeed imagine that you will have such thoughts as these. Why do we make so great and so many preparations for nothing? Is this the thing which men name power? Is this the antechamber? This the men of the bedchamber? This the armed guards? Is it for this that I listen to so many discourses? All this is nothing, but I have been preparing myself for something great.
When anger rises, think of the consequences. When in doubt, tell the truth.
We suffer more from imagination than from reality. Seneca.
Being defeated is often a temporary condition. Giving up is what makes it permanent. Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?
The greatest tragedy of the family is the unlived lives of the parents. Carl Jung.
The things themselves, which either to get or to avoid thou art put to so much trouble, come not unto thee themselves, but thou in a manner goest unto them. Let then thine own judgment and opinion concerning those things be at rest. And as for the things themselves, they stand still and quiet, without any noise or stir at all. And so shall all pursuing and flying cease.
There are two wolves fighting inside all of us. The first one is evil. The second one is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed. How much more damage anger and grief do than the things that cause them?
Better a diamond with a flaw than a pebble without one. Chinese proverb.
Forget them. The ones who ask the most from you are the ones who do the least for you. Everyone seems to have a clear idea of how other people should lead their lives, but none about his or her own.
The ability to discipline yourself, to delay gratification in the short term, in order to enjoy greater rewards in the long term, is the indispensable prerequisite for success. Brian Tracy.
What manner of men they be whom they seek to please, and what to get, and by what actions, how soon time will cover and bury all things, and how many it hath already buried.
Reputation is what other people know about you. Honor is what you know about yourself. It's a slow process, but quitting won't speed it up.
The supreme quality for leadership is unquestionably integrity. Without it, no real success is possible, no matter whether it is on a section gang, a football field, in an army, or in an office. Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Time flies. One day you are 30, the next you are 50. Plan now for what you want 50 to look like. You lose them both.
If you want to be successful, find someone who has achieved the results you want and copy what they do, and you'll achieve the same results. Tony Robbins.
To desire things impossible is the part of a madman, but it is a thing impossible that wicked man should not commit some such things. Neither doth anything happen to any man, which in the ordinary course of nature as natural unto him doth not happen. Again, the same things happen unto others also. And truly, if either he that is ignorant that such a thing hath happened unto him, or he that is ambitious to be commended for his magnanimity can be patient and is not grieved, is it not a grievous thing that either ignorance or a vain desire to please and to be commended should be more powerful and effectual than true prudence? As for the things themselves, they touch not the soul, neither can they have any access unto it, neither can they of themselves any ways either affect it or move it. For she herself alone can affect and move herself, and according as the dogmata and opinions are, which she doth vouchsafe herself, so are those things which, as accessories, have any coexistence with her.
One who believes in himself has no need to convince others. Rich people avoid two things in life: stupid company and stupid spending.
A bird does not sing because it has an answer. It sings because it has a song. Chinese proverb.
Never compare your life with others. They may seem better than you, but they have some problems which are never ever heard by you. Realize that mistakes are essential to learning anything. Slow down and realize that.
Purpose is the reason you journey. Passion is the fire that lights your way. J. Shetty.
In the country of the Quadi at Granua, these: betimes in the morning say to thyself, this day I shalt have to do with an idle, curious man, with an unthankful man, a railer, a crafty, false, or an envious man, an unsociable, uncharitable man. All these ill qualities have happened unto them through ignorance of that which is truly good and truly bad. But I that understand the nature of that which is good, that it only is to be desired, and of that which is bad, that it only is truly odious and shameful, who know, moreover, that this transgressor, whosoever he be, is my kinsman, not by the same blood and seed, but by participation of the same reason and of the same divine particle. How can I either be hurt by any of those, since it is not in their power to make me incur anything that is truly reproachful, or angry and ill-affected towards him, who by nature is so near unto me? For we are all born to be fellow workers, as the feet, the hands, and the eyelids, as the rows of the upper and under teeth. For such, therefore, to be in opposition is against nature. And what is it to chafe at, and to be averse from, but to be in opposition?
You can lie down for people to walk on you, and they will still complain that you are not flat enough. Who of you, by worrying, can add a single hour to his life?
Do not be afraid to die, but be afraid to live without living. Marcus Aurelius. This quote encourages individuals to embrace life fully and to live each day with purpose and meaning.
If you are the smartest person in the room, then you are in the wrong room. Live in reality as it is, not as you wish it was.
The only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. Tony Robbins.
Bodily pleasure does not increase when the pain of want has been removed. After that, it only admits of variation. The limit of mental pleasure, however, is reached when we reflect on these bodily pleasures and their related emotions, which used to cause the mind the greatest alarms.
Numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it. Only if you punish the truth, expect to be lied to.
Wisdom outweighs any wealth. Sophocles.
A salary is the drug they give you to forget your dreams. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us.
The best way to predict the future is to create it. Alex Hormozy.
Whatsoever is expedient unto thee, O world, is expedient unto me. Nothing can either be unseasonable unto me, or out of date, which unto thee is seasonable. Whatsoever thy seasons bear, shall ever by me be esteemed as happy fruit and increase. O nature, from thee are all things. In thee all things subsist, and to thee all tend. Could he say of Athens, thou lovely city of Cecrops, and shalt not thou say of the world, thou lovely city of God?
Prioritize your mental health like you would your physical health. Exercise your mind with new challenges and positive self-talk. Do not rush the process. Trust it. Great things take time.
A bit of fragrance clings to the hand that gives flowers. Chinese proverb.
Beware of the man who does not talk, and the dog that does not bark. Because the thing seems difficult for you, do not think it impossible for anyone to accomplish.
The best way to live is to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Jay Shetty.
In the morning, as soon as thou art awaked, when thy judgment, before either thy affections or external objects have wrought upon it, is yet most free and impartial, put this question to thyself, whether if that which is right and just be done, the doing of it by thyself or by others when thou art not able thyself, be a thing material or no, for sure it is not. And as for these that keep such a life and stand so much upon the praises or dispraises of other men, hast thou forgotten what manner of men they be? That such and such upon their beds, and such at their board, what their ordinary actions are, what they pursue after, and what they fly from, what thefts and rapines they commit, if not with their hands and feet, yet with that more precious part of theirs, their minds, which, would it but admit of them, might enjoy faith, modesty, truth, justice, a good spirit.
It is easy to hate, and it is difficult to love. This is how the whole scheme of things works. All good things are difficult to achieve, and bad things are very easy to get. Be not afraid of moving slowly. Be only afraid of standing still.
He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. Friedrich Nietzsche.
When a person spends all of his time in foreign travel, he ends by having many acquaintances, but no friends. Trust in yourself and your first instinct on decisions.
The more you are grateful for what you have, the more you will have to be grateful for. Zig Ziglar.
Asia, Europe, what are they but as corners of the whole world, of which the whole sea is but as one drop, and the great Mount Athos but as a clod, as all present time is but as one point of eternity. All petty things, all things that are soon altered, soon perished, and all things come from one beginning, either all severally and particularly deliberated and resolved upon by the general ruler and governor of all, or all by necessary consequence, so that the dreadful hiatus of a gaping lion, and all poison, and all hurtful things, are but, as the thorn and the mire, the necessary consequences of goodly fair things. Think not of these, therefore, as things contrary to those which thou dost much honor and respect, but consider in thy mind the true fountain of all.
The only time you should ever look back is to see how far you've come. Be not afraid of moving slowly. Be only afraid of standing still.
All you need is love. Love is the flower you've got to let grow. John Lennon.
I didn't fail the test. I just found 100 ways to do it wrong. Be slow in choosing a friend, slower in changing.
You are not given a dream unless you have the capacity to fulfill it. Jack Canfield.
To Naso. When a certain Roman entered with his son and listened to one reading, Epictetus said, "This is the method of instruction," and he stopped. When the Roman asked him to go on, Epictetus said, "Every art, when it is taught, causes labor to him who is unacquainted with it and is unskilled in it, and indeed the things which proceed from the arts immediately show their use in the purpose for which they were made, and most of them contain something attractive and pleasing. For indeed to be present and to observe how a shoemaker learns is not a pleasant thing. But the shoe is useful and also not disagreeable to look at. And the discipline of a smith when he is learning is very disagreeable to one who chances to be present and is a stranger to the art. But the work shows the use of the art. But you will see this much more in music. For if you are present while a person is learning, the discipline will appear most disagreeable. And yet the results of music are pleasing and delightful to those who know nothing of music. And here we conceive the work of a philosopher to be something of this kind. He must adapt his wish to what is going on, so that neither any of the things which are taking place shall take place contrary to our wish, nor any of the things which do not take place shall not take place when we wish that they should. From this the result is to those who have so arranged the work of philosophy not to fall in the desire, nor to fall in with that which they would avoid, without uneasiness, without fear, without perturbation, to pass through life themselves, together with their associates, maintaining the relations both natural and acquired, as the relation of son, of father, of brother, of citizen, of man, of wife, of neighbor, of fellow traveler, of ruler, of ruled. The work of a philosopher we conceive to be something like this. It remains next to inquire how this must be accomplished. We see then that the carpenter, when he has learned certain things, becomes a carpenter. The pilot, by learning certain things, becomes a pilot. May it not then, in philosophy also, not be sufficient to wish to be wise and good, and that there is also a necessity to learn certain things? We inquire then what these things are. The philosophers say that we ought first to learn that there is a God and that he provides for all things. Also that it is not possible to conceal from him our acts or even our intentions and thoughts. The next thing is to learn what is the nature of the gods, for such as they are discovered to be, he who would please and obey them must try with all his power to be like them. If the divine is faithful, man also must be faithful. If it is free, man also must be free. If beneficent, man also must be beneficent. If magnanimous, man also must be magnanimous. As being, then, an imitator of God, he must do and say everything consistently with this fact. With what then must we begin? If you will enter on the discussion, I will tell you that you must first understand names. So then, you say that I do not now understand names? You do not understand them. How then do I use them? Just as the illiterate use written language, as cattle use appearances. For use is one thing, understanding is another. But if you think that you understand them, produce whatever word you please, and let us try whether we understand it. But it is a disagreeable thing for a man to be confuted who is now old, and it may be, has now served his 3 campaigns. I too know this. For now you are come to me as if you were in want of nothing. And what could you even imagine to be wanting to you? You are rich, you have children, and a wife, perhaps, and many slaves. Caesar knows you. In Rome you have many friends. You render their dues to all. You know how to requite him who does you a favor, and to repay in the same kind him who does a wrong. What do you lack? If, then, I shall show you that you lack the things most necessary, and the chief things for happiness, and that hitherto you have looked after everything rather than what you ought, and to crown all, that you neither know what God is, nor what man is, nor what is good, nor what is bad. And as to what I have said about your ignorance of other matters, that may perhaps be endured. But if I say that you know nothing about yourself, how is it possible that you should endure me and bear the proof and stay here? It is not possible, but you immediately go off in bad humor. And yet what harm have I done you? Unless the mirror also injures the ugly man because it shows him to himself such as he is. Unless the physician also is supposed to insult the sick man when he says to him, "Man, do you think that you ail nothing? But you have a fever. Go without food today. Drink water." And no one says, "What an insult." But if you say to a man, "Your desires are inflamed, your aversions are low, your intentions are inconsistent, your pursuits are not comfortable to nature, your opinions are rash and false," the man immediately goes away and says, "He has insulted me." Our way of dealing is like that of a crowded assembly. Beasts are brought to be sold and oxen, and the greater part of the men come to buy and sell. And there are some few who come to look at the market and to inquire how it is carried on, and why, and who fixes the meeting, and for what purpose. So it is here also in this assembly. Some, like cattle, trouble themselves about nothing except their fodder. For to all of you who are busy about possessions and lands and slaves and magisterial offices, these are nothing except fodder. But there are a few who attend the assembly, men who love to look on and consider what is the world, who governs it. Has it no governor? And how is it possible that a city or a family cannot continue to exist, not even the shortest time, without an administrator and guardian, and that so great and beautiful a system should be administered with such order, and yet without a purpose and by chance? There is then an administrator. What kind of administrator, and how does he govern? And who are we, who were produced by him, and for what purpose? Have we some connection with him and some relation toward him, or none? This is the way in which these few are affected, and then they apply themselves only to this one thing, to examine the meeting and then to go away. What then? They are ridiculed by the many, as the spectators at the fair are by the traders. And if the beasts had any understanding, they would ridicule those who admired anything else than fodder.
Fear is temporary. Regret is forever. If it keeps you happy, keep it quiet.
I do not know whether I shall make progress, but I should prefer to lack success rather than to lack faith. Seneca.
Never compare yourself to others. No one can play your role better than you. Never leave till tomorrow that which you can do today.
In true dialogue, both sides are willing to change. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Whatsoever thou dost affect, whatsoever thou dost project, so do, and so project all as one who, for aught thou knowest, may at this very present depart out of this life. And as for death, if there be any gods, it is no grievous thing to leave the society of men. The gods will do thee no hurt, thou mayest be sure. But if it be so that there be no gods, or that they take no care of the world, why should I desire to live in a world void of gods and of all divine providence? But gods there be certainly, and they take care for the world. And as for those things which be truly evil, as vice and wickedness, such things they have put in a man's own power, that he might avoid them if he would. And had there been anything besides that had been truly bad and evil, they would have had a care of that also, that a man might have avoided it. But why should that be thought to hurt and prejudice a man's life in this world, which cannot anyways make man himself the better or the worse in his own person? Neither must we think that the nature of the universe did either through ignorance pass these things, or if not as ignorant of them, yet as unable either to prevent or better to order and dispose them. It cannot be that she through want either of power or skill should have committed such a thing, so as to suffer all things both good and bad, equally and promiscuously, to happen unto all both good and bad. As for life therefore, and death, honor and dishonor, labor and pleasure, riches and poverty, all these things happen unto men indeed, both good and bad, equally, but as things which of themselves are neither good nor bad, because of themselves neither shameful nor praiseworthy.
He that can have patience can have what he will. Catch a good mood. It so rarely visits us.
When you perform your duty without attachment to the results, you are practicing true yoga. Bhagavad Gita.
Everyone leaves. Learn how to survive alone. Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny. For what could more aptly fit your needs?
When you put faith, hope, and love together, you can raise positive kids in a negative world. Zig Ziglar.
Remember that you are an actor in a play of such a kind as the playwright chooses. Short, if he wants it short. Long, if he wants it long. If he wants you to play the part of a beggar, play even this part well, and so also for the parts of a disabled person, an administrator, or a private individual. For this is your business, to play well the part you are given, but choosing it belongs to another.
It is better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak out and remove all doubt. Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards.
When we see persons of worth, we should think of equaling them. When we see persons of a contrary character, we should turn inwards and examine ourselves. Confucius.
Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. Don't stick with bad friends just because you've known them for a long time.
What you are seeking is already within you. Mooji.
In my sickness, saith Epicurus of himself, my discourses were not concerning the nature of my disease, neither was that to them that came to visit me the subject of my talk, but in the consideration and contemplation of that which was of a special weight and moment, was all my time bestowed and spent, and among others in this very thing, how my mind, by a natural and unavoidable sympathy, partaking in some sort with the present indisposition of my body, might nevertheless keep herself free from trouble, and in present possession of her own proper happiness. Neither did I leave the ordering of my body to the physicians altogether, to do with me what they would, as though I expected any great matter from them, or as though I thought it a matter of such great consequence by their means to recover my health. For my present estate, methought, liked me very well, and gave me good content. Whether therefore in sickness, if thou chance to sicken, or in what other kind of extremity soever, endeavor thou also to be in thy mind so affected, as he doth report of himself, not to depart from thy philosophy for anything that can befall thee, nor to give ear to the discourses of silly people and mere naturalists.
Fear doesn't exist anywhere except in the mind. Before something great happens, everything falls apart.
The goal of life is to live in accordance with reason. Zeno believed that reason should guide our actions and decisions, leading us towards a life of virtue and fulfillment.
Sometimes you just have to let go, even if you are right. True greatness begins with understanding your own insignificance.
The way to change your life is to begin immediately, right where you are, with whatever you have at hand. Deepak Chopra.
Failure. Failure is an expected part of life. It's how you deal with these setbacks that determines how they will affect you. The key to living a Stoic life is to find the successes in the midst of failure, the silver linings in a setback. It's your perspective that makes a situation either positive or negative. Whether or not you can see the good in experiences, while understanding and accepting the situation, is what will ultimately make you a stronger person. Instead of allowing detrimental situations to define you and your attitude, you must realize that as a human being, you have the ability to choose how you respond to situations, and that the way in which you perceive these challenges has a tremendous effect on the quality of your life. Anyone who has suffered a great trauma knows firsthand that you cannot control or change what has happened, but you can control how you cope with the incident. Oftentimes, individuals who have been through the greatest challenges have markedly more positive outlooks than those whose lives have been comparatively easy. The goal of a life well lived is not to eliminate failure, but rather to use our failures as information and gain an understanding as to why we failed, what went wrong. When you can do that, you can alter your viewpoint, which will make it easier for you to choose how you respond in the future. Being stoic does not mean you don't feel. It simply means you are accepting your failure and choosing how to react in a way that will benefit you, rather than hinder you. Acceptance is a vital part in making the most out of your situations.
Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Sometimes you need to stop seeing the good in people and start seeing what they show you.
The only way to happiness is to stop worrying about things which are beyond the power of our will. Discourses. This quote highlights the importance of focusing on what we can control and accepting what is beyond our influence. It encourages us to let go of anxieties and frustrations over things we cannot change.
Be civil to all, sociable to many, familiar with few, friend to many, enemy to none. Don't react. Cut them off silently.
In the end, it's not about what you have or what you've accomplished. It's about who you've lifted up, who you've made better. Eckhart Tolle.
What is the property of error? Every error comprehends contradiction, for since he who errs does not wish to err, but to he right, it is plain that he does not do what he wishes. For what does the thief wish to do? That which is for his own interest. If then the theft is not for his interest, he does not do that which he wishes. But every rational soul is by nature offended at contradiction, and so long as it does not understand this contradiction, it is not hindered from doing contradictory things. But when it does understand the contradiction, it must of necessity avoid the contradiction, and avoid it as much as a man must dissent from the false when he sees that a thing is false. But so long as this falsehood does not appear to him, he assents to it as to truth. He then is strong in argument, and has the faculty of exhorting and confuting, who is able to show to each man the contradiction through which he errs, and clearly to prove how he does not do that which he wishes, and does that which he does not wish. For if anyone shall show this, a man will himself withdraw from that which he does. But so long as you do not show this, do not be surprised if a man persists in his practice. For having the appearance of doing right, he does what he does. For this reason Socrates, also trusting to this power, used to say, I am used to call no other witness of what I say, but I am always satisfied with him with whom I am discussing, and I ask him to give his opinion and call him as a witness, and through he is only one, he is sufficient in the place of all. For Socrates knew by what the rational soul is moved, just like a pair of scales, and that it must incline whether it chooses or not. Show the rational governing faculty a contradiction, and it will withdraw from it. But if you do not show it, rather blame yourself than him who is not persuaded.
Look forward, but never wait. Not everyone has a heart like yours.
The journey is the reward. Chinese proverb.
Let the improvement of yourself keep you so busy that you have no time to criticize others. Be the person you needed when you were younger.
Your imagination is the gateway to your reality. Neville Goddard.
Is my reason and understanding sufficient for this, or no? If it be sufficient, without any private applause or public ostentation, as of an instrument, which by nature I am provided of, I will make use of it for the work in hand, as of an instrument, which by nature I am provided of. If it be not, and that otherwise it belong not unto me, particularly as a private duty, I will either give it over, and leave it to some other that can better effect it, or I will endeavor it, but with the help of some other, who with the joint help of my reason is able to bring somewhat to pass that will now be seasonable and useful for the common good. For whatsoever I do either by myself or with some other, the only thing that I must intend is that it be good and expedient for the public. For as for praise, consider how many who once were much commended are now already quite forgotten, yea, they that commended them, how even they themselves are long since dead and gone. Be not therefore ashamed, whensoever thou must use the help of others. For whatsoever it be that lieth upon thee to effect, thou must propose it unto thyself, as the scaling of walls is unto a soldier. And what if thou through either lameness or some other impediment art not able to reach unto the top of the battlements alone, which with the help of another thou mayst? Wilt thou therefore give it over, or go about it with less courage and alacrity, because thou canst not effect it all alone?
Life is just a race against time, so have a good time. A man must be big enough to admit his mistakes, smart enough to profit from them, and strong enough to correct them.
We must not allow other people's limited perceptions to define us. Virginia Satir.
Learn to heal without venting to everyone to avoid disappointment. Maybe you are not healing because you're trying to be who you were before. That person doesn't exist anymore because there's a new you trying to be born.
You don't drown by falling in water. You only drown if you stay there. Zig Ziglar.
When you do something from a clear judgment that it ought to be done, never try to avoid being seen doing it, even if you expect most people to disapprove. If, however, it would not be right to do it, avoid the deed itself. But if it is right, why be afraid of anyone who wrongly disapproves?
When you build in silence, no one knows where to attack. If you saturate your mind with positive thoughts, it will sustain you in any situation.
It is thus with farming. If you do one thing late, you will be late in all your work. Cato the Elder.
Do not cling to a mistake just because you spent a lot of time making it. To be truly happy, you have to be willing to let go of what makes you unhappy.
The world is a reflection of your inner state. Neville Goddard.
Repentance is an inward and self-reprehension for the neglect or omission of somewhat that was profitable. Now whatsoever is good is also profitable, and it is the part of an honest, virtuous man to set by it, and to make reckoning of it accordingly. but never did any honest, virtuous man repent of the neglect or omission of any carnal pleasure. No carnal pleasure then is either good or profitable.
Work on clearing your thoughts. If you do not have bad thoughts, there will be no bad deeds. Avoid people who use their pain as an excuse to hurt you.
Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Buddha.
Remember to be grateful always, because it can always be worse. Don't let anyone ever make you feel like you don't deserve what you want.
Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. Les Brown.
When someone prides themselves on being able to understand and explain Chrysippus, say to yourself, if Chrysippus had not written obscurely, this person would have nothing on which to pride themselves. But what do I want? To understand nature and to follow her. Therefore I seek someone who can explain this to me, and when I hear that Chrysippus can do so, I go to him. But I do not understand his writings, so I seek someone who can explain them to me. Now, up to this point, there is nothing to be proud of. When I find someone to explain them, what remains is my putting his principles into practice. This is the only thing to be proud of. But if I am impressed merely by the act of explaining, what else have I accomplished but become a philologist instead of a philosopher? Except only that I can explain Chrysippus instead of Homer. No, when someone says to me, explain Chrysippus to me, rather than feel proud, I would blush when I am unable to manifest actions that agree and harmonize with Chrysippus's teaching.
Courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes it's the quiet voice at the end of the day saying, I will try again tomorrow. Pain is purely temporary.
Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Seneca.
While we are postponing, life speeds by. Only those who have a why to live can bear almost anything.
You cannot fail. You can only produce results. It's not failure. It's just a result. Wayne Dyer.
Labor not as one to whom it is appointed to be wretched, nor as one that either would be pitied or admired, but let this be thine only care and desire, so always and in all things to prosecute or to forbear, as the law of charity or mutual society doth require.
Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. You can always begin again.
If you hold anything dear outside of your own reasoned choice, you will have destroyed your capacity for choice. Epictetus.
If they don't appreciate you, they don't deserve you. It is easy to hate, and it is difficult to love. This is how the whole scheme of things works. All good things are difficult to achieve, and bad things are very easy to get.
Surrender is the simple but profound wisdom of yielding to rather than opposing the flow of life. Eckhart Tolle.
He that feareth death either feareth that he shall have no sense at all, or that his senses will not be the same. Whereas he should rather comfort himself that either no sense at all, and so no sense of evil, or if any sense, then another life, and so no death properly.
Life is inherently risky. There is only one big risk you should avoid at all costs, and that is the risk of doing nothing. Avoid gossip at all costs. It's poison to your mind.
The first step, don't be anxious. Nature controls it all. Marcus Aurelius.
If you are in your 20s, many relationships will fail and not work, but function as learning exercises. Because of this, don't stress so much. It's all just practice until you're married. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about.
Our most important task is to transform our consciousness so that violence is no longer an option for us in our personal lives. Deepak Chopra.
Miscellaneous. When some person asked him how it happened that since reason has been more cultivated by the men of the present age, the progress made in former times was greater. In what respect, he answered, has it been more cultivated now? And in what respect was the progress greater then? For in that in which it has now been more cultivated, in that also the progress will now be found. At present it has been cultivated for the purpose of resolving syllogisms, and progress is made. But in former times it was cultivated for the purpose of maintaining the governing faculty in a condition conformable to nature, and progress was made. Do not, then, mix things which are different, and do not expect, when you are laboring at one thing, to make progress in another. But see if any man among us, when he is intent, see I upon this, the keeping himself in a state conformable to nature and living so always, does not make progress. For you will not find such a man. The good man is invincible, for he does not enter the contest where he is not stronger. If you want to have his land and all that is on it, take the land, take his slaves, take his magisterial office, take his poor body. But you will not make his desire fail in that which it seeks, nor his aversion fall into that which he would avoid. The only contest into which he enters is that about things which are within the power of his will. How then will he not be invincible? Some person having asked him what is common sense, Epictetus replied, as that may be called a certain common hearing which only distinguishes vocal sounds, and that which distinguishes musical sounds is not common, but artificial. So there are certain things which men who are not altogether perverted see by the common notions which all possess. Such a constitution of the mind is named common sense. It is not easy to exhort weak young men, for neither is it easy to hold cheese with a hook. But those who have a good natural disposition, even if you try to turn them aside, cling still more to reason. Wherefore Rufus generally attempted to discourage, and he used this method as a test of those who had a good natural disposition and those who had not. For it was his habit to say, as a stone, if you cast it upward, will be brought down to the earth by its own nature. So the man whose mind is naturally good, the more you repel him, the more he turns toward that to which he is naturally inclined.
Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool. The point of the argument is not to defeat each other, but to understand each other.
Those who say it cannot be done should not interrupt those doing it. Chinese proverb.
The more you are interested in others, the more interesting they find you to be. To be interesting, be interested. Whatever is begun in anger ends in shame.
We must all suffer one of two things: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret or disappointment. Jim Rohn.
At thy first encounter with anyone, say presently to thyself, "This man, what are his opinions concerning that which is good or evil? As concerning pain, pleasure, and the causes of both, concerning honor and dishonor, concerning life and death, thus and thus. Now if it be no wonder that a man should have such and such opinions, how can it be a wonder that he should do such and such things? I will remember then that he cannot but do as he doth, holding those opinions that he doth. Remember that as it is a shame for any man to wonder that a fig tree should bear figs, so also to wonder that the world should bear anything, whatsoever it is, which in the ordinary course of nature it may bear. To a physician also and to a pilot it is a shame either for the one to wonder that such and such a one should have an ague, or for the other that the winds should prove contrary.
When you feel like giving up, remember why you held on for so long in the first place. No one can make you feel inferior without your consent.
How does it help to make troubles heavier by bemoaning them? Seneca.
Trust yourself. You've survived a lot, and you'll survive whatever is coming. It is our attitude toward events, not events themselves, which we can control. Nothing is by its own nature calamitous. Even death is terrible only if we fear it.
Giving connects two people, the giver and the receiver, and this connection gives birth to a new sense of belonging. Deepak Chopra.
Of progress or improvement. He who is making progress, having learned from philosophers that desire means the desire of good things, and aversion means aversion from bad things, having learned too that happiness and tranquility are not attainable by man otherwise than by not failing to obtain what he desires and not falling into that which he would avoid. Such a man takes from himself desire altogether and defers it, but he employs his aversion only on things which are dependent on his will. For if he attempts to avoid anything independent of his will, he knows that sometimes he will fall in with something which he wishes to avoid, and he will be unhappy. Now if virtue promises good fortune and tranquility and happiness, certainly also the progress toward virtue is progress toward each of these things. For it is always true that to whatever point the perfecting of anything leads us, progress is an approach toward this point. How then do we admit that virtue is such as I have said, and yet seek progress in other things and make a display of it? What is the product of virtue? Tranquility. Who then makes improvement? It is he who has read many books of Chrysippus. But does virtue consist in having understood Chrysippus? If this is so, progress is clearly nothing else than knowing a great deal of Chrysippus. But now we admit that virtue produces one thing, and we declare that approaching near to it is another thing, namely, progress or improvement. Such a person, says one, is already able to read Chrysippus by himself. Indeed, sir, you are making great progress. What kind of progress? But why do you mock the man? Why do you draw him away from the perception of his own misfortunes? Will you not show him the effect of virtue that he may learn where to look for improvement? Seek it there, wretch, where your work lies. And where is your work? In desire and in aversion, that you may not be disappointed in your desire, and that you may not fall into that which you would avoid, in your pursuit and avoiding, that you commit no error, in assent and suspension of assent, that you be not deceived. The first things and the most necessary are those which I have named. But if with trembling and lamentation you seek not to fall into that which you avoid, tell me how you are improving. Do you then show me your improvement in these things? If I were talking to an athlete, I should say, show me your shoulders. And then he might say, here are my halteres. You and your halteres look to that. I should reply, I wish to see the effect of the halteres. So, when you say, take the treatise on the active powers and see how I have studied it, I reply, slave, I am not inquiring about this, but how you exercise pursuit and avoidance, desire and aversion, how you design and purpose and prepare yourself, whether conformably to nature or not. If conformably, give me evidence of it, and I will say that you are making progress. But if not conformably, be gone, and not only expound your books, but write such books yourself. And what will you gain by it? Do you not know that the whole book costs only 5 denarii? Does then the expounder seem to be worth more than 5 denarii? Never then, look for the matter itself in one place, and progress toward it in another. Where then is progress? If any of you, withdrawing himself from externals, turns to his own will to exercise it, and to improve it by labor, so as to make it conformable to nature, elevated, free, unrestrained, unimpeded, faithful, modest. And if he has learned that he who desires or avoids the things which are not in his power can neither be faithful nor free, but of necessity he must change with them and be tossed about with them as in a tempest, and of necessity must subject himself to others who have the power to procure or prevent what he desires or would avoid. Finally, when he rises in the morning, if he observes and keeps these rules, bathes as a man of fidelity, eats as a modest man, in like manner, if in every matter that occurs he works out his chief principles as the runner does with reference to running, and the trainer of the voice with reference to the voice. This is the man who truly makes progress, and this is the man who has not traveled in vain. But if he has strained his efforts to the practice of reading books and labors only at this, and has traveled for this, I tell him to return home immediately, and not to neglect his affairs there, for this for which he has traveled is nothing. But the other thing is something, to study how a man can rid his life of lamentation and groaning, and saying, woe to me, and wretched that I am, and to rid it also of misfortune and disappointment, and to learn what death is, and exile, and prison, and poison, that he may be able to say when he is in fetters, Dear Crito, if it is the will of the gods that it be so, let it be so, and not to say, Wretched am I, an old man, have I kept my gray hairs for this? Who is it that speaks thus? Do you think that I shall name some man of no repute and of low condition? Does not Priam say this? Does not Oedipus say this? Nay, all kings say it. For what else is tragedy than the perturbations of men who value externals exhibited in this kind of poetry? But if a man must learn by fiction that no external things which are independent of the will concern us, for this part I should like this fiction, by the aid of which I should live happily and undisturbed. But you must consider for yourselves what you wish. What then does Chrysippus teach us? The reply is, to know that these things are not false, from which happiness comes and tranquility arises. Take my books, and you will learn how true and conformable to nature are the things which make me free from perturbations. O great good fortune, O the great benefactor who points out the way, To Triptolemus all men have erected temples and altars, because he gave us food by cultivation. But to him who discovered truth and brought it to light and communicated it to all, not the truth which shows us how to live, but how to live well. Who of you for this reason has built an altar or a temple, or has dedicated a statue, or who worships God for this? Because the gods have given the vine, or wheat, we sacrifice to them. But because they have produced in the human mind that fruit by which they design to show us the truth which relates to happiness, shall we not thank God for this?
He who has injured thee was either stronger or weaker than thee. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare thyself. We cry over people, but what about time? Time is also never going to come back. Time is everything, and one day it will define you.
It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness. Seneca.
To be the best, you must be able to handle the worst. Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults.
Your life changes the moment you make a new, congruent, and committed decision. Tony Robbins.
Either thou dost continue in this kind of life, and that is it, which so long thou hast been used unto and therefore tolerable, or thou doest retire, or leave the world, and that of thine own accord, and then thou hast thy mind, or thy life is cut off, and then mayst thou rejoice that thou hast ended thy charge. One of these must needs be. Be therefore of good comfort.
Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. When you know yourself, you stop fearing missing out on things that are not meant for you.
To know what you know and what you do not know, that is true knowledge. Confucius.
Life has a way of testing a person's will, either by having nothing happen at all or by having everything happen at once. Say please and thank you often.
The experience of the self is beyond all words and concepts. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
In how many ways appearances exist, and what aids we should provide against them? Appearances to us in 4 ways, for either things appear as they are, or they are not, and do not even appear to be, or they are, and do not appear to be, or they are not, and yet appear to be. Further, in all these cases to form a right judgment is the office of an educated man. But whatever it is that annoys us, to that we ought to apply a remedy. If the sophisms of Pyrrho and of the academics are what annoys, we must apply the remedy to them. If it is the persuasion of appearances, by which some things appear to be good when they are not good, let us seek a remedy for this. If it is habit which annoys us, we must try to seek aid against habit. What aid then can we find against habit, the contrary habit? You hear the ignorant say, "That unfortunate person is dead. His father and mother are overpowered with sorrow. He was cut off by an untimely death and in a foreign land." Hear the contrary way of speaking. Tear yourself from these expressions. Oppose to one habit the contrary habit. To sophistry oppose reason, and the exercise and discipline of reason. Against persuasive appearances, we ought to have manifest precognitions, cleared of all impurities and ready to hand. When death appears an evil, we ought to have this rule in readiness, that it is fit to avoid evil things, and that death is a necessary thing. For what shall I do, and where shall I escape it? Suppose that I am not Sarpedon, the son of Zeus, nor able to speak in this noble way. I will go, and I am resolved either to behave bravely myself, or to give to another the opportunity of doing so. If I cannot succeed in doing anything myself, I will not grudge another the doing of something noble. Suppose that it is above our power to act thus. Is it not in our power to reason thus? Tell me where I can escape death. Discover for me the country. Show me the men to whom I must go, whom death does not visit. Discover to me a charm against death. If I have not one, what do you wish me to do? I cannot escape from death. Shall I not escape from the fear of death? But shall I die lamenting and trembling? For the origin of perturbation is this, to wish for something, and that this should not happen. Therefore, if I am able to change externals according to my wish, I change them. But if I cannot, I am ready to tear out the eyes of him who hinders me. For the nature of man is not to endure to be deprived of the good, and not to endure the falling into the evil. Then at last, when I am neither able to change circumstances, nor to tear out the eyes of him who hinders me, I sit down and groan, and abuse whom I can, Zeus and the rest of the gods. For if they do not care for me, what are they to me? Yes, but you will be an impious man. In what respect then will it be worse for me than it is now? To sum up, remember this, that unless piety and your interest be in the same thing, piety cannot be maintained in any man. Do not these things seem necessary? Let the followers of Pyrrho and the academics come and make their objections. For I, as to my part, have no leisure for these disputes, nor am I able to undertake the defense of common consent. If I had a suit even about a bit of land, I would call in another to defend my interests. With what evidence then am I satisfied? With that which belongs to the matter in hand. How indeed perception is affected, whether through the whole body or any part, perhaps I cannot explain, for both opinions perplex me. But that you and I are not the same, I know with perfect certainty. How do you know it? When I intend to swallow anything, I never carry it to your bee-month, but to my own. When I intend to take bread, I never lay hold of a broom, but I always go to the bread as to a mark. And you yourselves who take away the evidence of the senses, do you act otherwise? Who among you, when he intended to enter a bath, ever went into a mill? What then? Ought we not with all our power to hold to this also, the maintaining of general opinion and fortifying ourselves against the arguments which are directed against it? Who denies that we ought to do this? Well, he should do it who is able, who has leisure for it. But as to him who trembles and is perturbed and is inwardly broken in heart, he must employ his time better on something else.
Everyone has three faces. Firstly, the one we show to the world and strangers. Secondly, the one we show to family, spouses, and close friends. And thirdly, the one we show only to ourselves. Every animal with blood in its veins and horns on its head will fight when it is attacked.
He who hesitates is lost. Cato.
You have three choices in life. You can watch things happen, make things happen, or wonder what the hell happened. If you want to make a permanent decision based on temporary emotions, First it hurts, then it makes you stronger.
Whatever you believe with feeling becomes your reality. Brian Tracy.
The earth, saith the poet, doth often long after the rain. So is the glorious sky often as desirous to fall upon the earth, which argues a mutual kind of love between them. And so, say I, doth the world bear a certain affection of love to whatsoever shall come to pass. With thine affection shall mine concur, O world. The same, and no other, shall the object of my longing be which is of thine. Now that the world doth love, it is true indeed, so is it as commonly said and acknowledged alleged, when according to the Greek phrase, imitated by the Latins, of things that used to be, we say commonly that they love to be.
All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. People willingly believe what they want to believe.
Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Lao Tzu.
Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak out and remove all doubt. It always seems impossible until it's done.
Each moment is a chance for us to make peace with the world, to make peace possible for the world, to make happiness possible for the world. Thich Nhat Hanh.
These three things thou must have always in a readiness. First, concerning thine own actions, whether thou doest nothing either idly or otherwise, then justice and equity do require. And concerning those things that happen unto thee externally, that either they happen unto thee by chance or by providence, of which two to accuse either is equally against reason. Secondly, what like unto our bodies are whilst yet rude and imperfect, until they be animated, and from their animation until their expiration, of what things they are compounded, and into what things they shall be dissolved. Thirdly, how vain all things will appear unto thee when, from on high as it were, looking down thou shalt contemplate all things upon earth, and the wonderful mutability that they are subject unto, considering withal the infinite both greatness and variety of things aerial and things celestial that are round about it, and that as often as thou shalt behold them, thou shalt still see the same, as the same things, so the same shortness of continuance of all those things. And behold, these be the things that we are so proud and puffed up for.
Money isn't everything in life, but it can help you solve a lot of problems. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Difficulties in life are intended to make us better, not bitter. Dan Reeves.
Folks are usually about as happy as they make up their minds to be. What can happen at any time can happen today.
Character isn't something you were born with and can't change, like your fingerprints. It's something you weren't born with and must take responsibility for forming. Jim Rohn.
What the beginning of philosophy is. The beginning of philosophy, to him at least who enters on it in the right way and by the door, is a consciousness of his own weakness and inability about necessary things. For we come into the world with no natural notion of a right-angled triangle, or of a diesis, or of a half-tone. But we learn each of these things by a certain transmission according to art. And for this reason those who do not know them do not think that they know them. But as to good and evil, and beautiful and ugly, and becoming and unbecoming, and happiness and misfortune, and proper and improper, and what we ought to do and what we ought not to do, whoever came into the world without having an innate idea of them? Wherefore we all use these names, and we endeavor to fit the preconceptions to the several cases thus. He has done well, he has not done well, he has done as he ought, not as he ought. He has been unfortunate, he has been fortunate. He is unjust, he is just. Who does not use these names? Who among us defers the use of them till he has learned them, as he defers the use of the words about lines or sounds? And the cause of this is that we come into the world already taught as it were by nature some things on this matter, and proceeding from these we have added to them self-conceit. For why, a man says, do I not know the beautiful and the ugly? Have I not the notion of it? You have. Do I not adapt it to particulars? You do. Do I not then adapt it properly? In that lies the whole question, and conceit is added here. For beginning from these things which are admitted, men proceed to that which is matter of dispute by means of unsuitable adaptation. For if they possessed this power of adaptation in addition to those things, what would hinder them from being perfect? But now, since you think that you properly adapt the preconceptions to the particulars, tell me whence you derive this. Because I think so. But it does not seem so to another, and he thinks that he also makes a proper adaptation. Or does he not think so? He does think so. Is it possible then that both of you can properly apply the preconceptions to things about which you have contrary opinions? It is not possible. Can you then show us anything better toward adapting the preconceptions beyond your thinking that you do? Does the madman do any other things than the things as in which seem to him right? Is then this criterion for him also? It is not sufficient. Come then to something which is superior to seeming. What is this? Observe. This is the beginning of philosophy, a perception of the disagreement of men with one another, and an inquiry into the cause of the disagreement, and a condemnation and distrust of that which only seems, and a certain investigation of that which seems, whether it seems rightly, and a discovery of some rule, as we have discovered a balance in the determination of weights, and a carpenter's rule in the case of straight and crooked things. This is the beginning of philosophy. Must we say that all things are right, which seem so to all? And how is it possible that contradictions can be right? Not all then, but all which seem to us to be right. How more to you than those which seem right to the Syrians? Why more than what seem right to the Egyptians? Why more than what seems right to me or to any other man? Not at all more. What then seems to every man is not sufficient for determining what is. For neither in the case of weights or measures are we satisfied with the bare appearance, but in each case we have discovered a certain rule. In this matter, then, is there no rule certain to what seems? And how is it possible that the most necessary things among men should have no sign, and be incapable of being discovered? There is then some rule. And why then do we not seek the rule and discover it, and afterward use it without varying from it, not even stretching out the finger without it? For this, I think, is that which, when it is discovered, cures of their madness those who use mere seeming as a measure and misuse it, so that for the future, proceeding from certain things known and made clear, We may use in the case of particular things the preconceptions which are distinctly fixed. What is the matter presented to us about which we are inquiring? Pleasure. Subject it to the rule, throw it into the balance. Ought the good to be such a thing that it is fit that we have confidence in it? Yes, and in which we ought to confide. It ought to be. Is it fit to trust to anything which is insecure? No. Is then pleasure anything secure? No. Take it then and throw it out of the scale and drive it far away from the place of good things. But if you are not sharp-sighted and one balance is not enough for you, bring another. Is it fit to be elated over what is good? Yes. Is it proper then to be elated over present pleasure? See that you do not say that it is proper. But if you do, I shall then not think you are worthy even of the balance. Thus things are tested and weighed when the rules are ready. And to philosophize is this, to examine and confirm the rules, and then to use them when they are known is the act of a wise and good man.
Make your enemy brave and strong, so that if defeated, I will not be ashamed. Do not be afraid to treat people the way they treat you.
A person is said to have attained self-realization when they have conquered their desires and attachments. Bhagavad Gita.
He that displays too often his wife and his wallet is in danger of having both of them borrowed. Children make so much noise you can't think, but when they leave the house forever, the silence is maddening.
Let go of the story of your life and be present to what is. Eckhart Tolle.
If this neither be my wicked act, nor an act anyways depending from any wickedness of mine, and that by it the public is not hurt, what doth it concern me? And wherein can the public be hurt? For thou must not altogether be carried by conceit and common opinion. As for help, thou must afford that unto them after thy best ability, and as occasion shall require, though they sustain damage, but in these middle or worldly things. But however, do not thou conceive that they are truly hurt thereby, for that is not right. But as that old foster father in the comedy, being now to take his leave, doth with a great deal of ceremony require his foster child's rhombus or rattletop, remembering nevertheless that it is but a rhombus, so here also do thou likewise. For indeed, what is all this pleading and public bawling for at the courts? O man, hast thou forgotten what those things are? Yea, but they are things that others much care for, and highly esteem of. Wilt thou therefore be a fool too? Once I was. Let that suffice.
Learn to be content in being happy by yourself. If you need company to be happy, then it will make you weak. Most people are a complete waste of time.
In absentia lucis, tenebrae vincunt. In the absence of light, darkness prevails. Latin proverb.
You're the only person who has to be with yourself 100% of the time, so start liking yourself and who you are. When you're angry, stay silent.
Excellence, perfection, is not a destination. It is a continuous journey that never ends. Brian Tracy.
Of my grandfather Varus I have learned to be gentle and meek, and to refrain from all anger and passion. From the fame and memory of him that begot me, I have learned both shamefastness and manlike behavior. Of my mother I have learned to be religious and bountiful, and to forbear not only to do, but to intend any evil, to content myself with a spare diet, and to fly all such excess as is incidental to great wealth. Of my great-grandfather, both to frequent public schools and auditories, and to get me good and able teachers at home, and that I ought not to think much, if upon such occasions I were at excessive charges.
Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak out and remove all doubt. You can fall in love more than once.
Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs? Marcus Aurelius.
Not everyone you trust will be trustworthy. Do not seek, otherwise you will lose. Do not seek, and you will find.
Anything you really want, you can attain if you really go after it. Wayne Dyer.
Against the academics. If a man, said Epictetus, opposes evident truths, it is not easy to find arguments by which we shall make him change his opinion. But this does not arise either from the man's strength or the teacher's weakness. For when the man, though he has been confuted, is hardened like a stone, how shall we then be able to deal with him by argument? Now there are two kinds of hardening, one of the understanding, the other of the sense of shame. When a man is resolved not to assent to what is manifest, nor to desist from contradictions. Most of us are afraid of mortification of the body, and would contrive all means to avoid such a thing. But we care not about the soul's mortification. And indeed, with regard to the soul, if a man be in such a state as not to apprehend anything or understand at all, we think that he is in a bad condition. But if the sense of shame and modesty are deadened, this we call even power. Do you comprehend that you are awake? I do not, the man replies, for I do not even comprehend when in my sleep I imagine that I am awake. Does this appearance then not differ from the other? Not at all, he replies. Shall I still argue with this man? And what fire or what iron shall I apply to him to make him feel that he is deadened? He does perceive, but he pretends that he does not. He's even worse than a dead man. He does not see the contradiction. He is in a bad condition. Another does see it, but he is not moved, and makes no improvement. He is even in a worse condition. His modesty is extirpated, and his sense of shame, and the rational faculty has not been cut off from him, but it is brutalized. Shall I name this strength of mind? Certainly not, unless we also name it such in catamites, through which they do and say in public whatever comes into their head.
Friends want you to do good, but not better than them. When you know yourself, you stop fearing missing out on things that are not meant for you.
To understand everything is to forgive everything. Buddha.
Because a thing seems difficult for you, do not think it impossible for anyone to accomplish. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish been caught, and the last stream poisoned, will we realize we cannot eat money.
If you can't get a miracle, become one. Nick Vujicic.
Let this be thy only joy and thy only comfort. From one sociable kind action without intermission to pass unto another, God being ever in thy mind.
You cannot have a positive life and a negative mind. There is no greater waste of time than justifying your actions to people who have a life you don't want.
Non scholae sed vitae discimus, we learn not for school, but for life, Seneca the Younger.
If a man knows not which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Dost thou love life? Then do not squander time, for that's the stuff life is made of.
People have a hard time letting go of their suffering. Out of a fear of the unknown, they prefer suffering that is familiar. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Let not that chief commanding part of thy soul be ever subject to any variation through any corporal, either pain or pleasure, neither suffer it to be mixed with these, but let it both circumscribe itself, and confine those affections to their own proper parts and members. But if at any time they do reflect and rebound upon the mind and understanding, as in an united and compacted body it must needs, then must thou not go about to resist sense and feeling, it being natural. However, let not thy understanding to this natural sense and feeling, which whether unto our flesh pleasant or painful, is unto us nothing properly, add an opinion of either good or bad, and all is well.
To realize one's destiny is a person's only obligation. Whoever wishes to keep a secret must hide the fact that he possesses one.
The advancement and diffusion of knowledge is the only guardian of true liberty. James Madison.
If you want a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or things. You have nothing to prove to anyone.
The self is not different from the awareness in which everything appears. Papaji.
To them that ask thee, where hast thou seen the gods? Or how knowest thou certainly that there be gods, that thou art so devout in their worship? I answer first of all, that even to the very eye they are in some manner visible and apparent. Secondly, neither have I ever seen mine own soul, and yet I respect and honor it. So then for the gods, by the daily experience that I have of their power and providence towards myself and others, I know certainly that they are, and therefore worship them.
Do not be emotionally attached to anyone. People change. Even your best friends may probably turn into strangers one day. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage.
If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. John Quincy Adams.
No one is going to figure out your life. It's your responsibility. Keep your personal life private, and not telling everyone everything even when you have a lot to say is top-tier self-care.
In stillness and silence, the true nature of the self is revealed. Papaji.
Let it be thy perpetual meditation how many physicians who once looked so grim and so theatrically shrunk their brows upon their patients are dead and gone themselves. How many astrologers, after that in great ostentation they had foretold the death of some others, how many philosophers, after so many elaborate tracts and volumes concerning either mortality or immortality, how many brave captains and commanders, after the death and slaughter of so many, how many kings and tyrants, after they had with such horror and insolency abused their power upon men's lives, as though themselves had been immortal, how many, that I may so speak, whole cities, both men and towns, Helice, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and others innumerable are dead and gone. Run them over also, whom thou thyself, one after another, hast known in thy time to drop away. Such and such a one took care of such and such a one's burial, and soon after was buried himself. So one, so another, and all things in a short time. For herein lieth all indeed, ever to look upon all worldly things, as things for their continuance, that are but for a day, and for their worth, most vile and contemptible. As for example, what is man? That which but the other day when he was conceived was vile snivel, and within few days shall be either an embalmed carcass or mere ashes. Thus must thou, according to truth and nature, truly consider how man's life is but for a very moment of time, and so depart meek and contented, even as if a ripe olive falling should praise the ground that bare her, and give thanks to the tree that begat her.
Carry the spirit of the child into old age, which means never losing your enthusiasm. Stop telling people more than they need to know.
Sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Seneca.
Be yourself. People don't have to like you, and you don't have to care. Patience is power.
Breathing in, there's only the present moment. Breathing out, it is a wonderful moment.
Of him that brought me up, not to be fondly addicted to either of the two great factions of the coursers in the circus, called Prasini and Veneti, nor in the amphitheatre partially to favor any of the gladiators or fencers, as either the Parmulari or the Secutores. Moreover, to endure labor, nor to need many things, when I have anything to do it myself rather than by others, not to meddle with many businesses, and not easily to admit of any slander.
Mistakes are stepping stones, not stumbling blocks. Learn from them and move forward. Your heart will tell you where to go. Your head will guide you there safely. Use one without the other, and you will get lost.
A man is not finished when he is defeated. He is finished when he quits. Richard Nixon.
They are not dead who live in the hearts they leave behind. If you change your mind, you can change your life.
Too many of us are not living our dreams because we are living our fears. Les Brown.
What is wickedness? It is that which many time and often thou hast already seen and known in the world. And so oft as anything doth happen that might otherwise trouble thee, let this memento presently come to thy mind, that it is that which thou hast already often seen and known. Generally above and below thou shalt find but the same things, the very same things, whereof ancient stories, middle-aged stories, and fresh stories are full, whereof towns are full, and houses full. There is nothing that is new. All things that are both usual and of little continuance.
It's okay to say no without explaining yourself. Give without expecting anything in return.
There is neither this world nor the world beyond, nor happiness for the one who doubts. Bhagavad Gita.
You have to let go of what's behind you to reach what's in front of you. He that displays too often his wife and his wallet is in danger of having both of them borrowed.
Lack of direction, not lack of time, is the problem. We all have 24-hour days. Zig Ziglar.
Take heed lest at any time thou stand so affected, though towards unnatural evil men, as ordinary men are commonly one towards another.
To find out a girl's faults, praise her to her girlfriends. At 20, everyone has the face that God gave them. At 40, the face that life gave them. And at 60, the face they earned.
Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Helen Keller.
If someone is trying to bring you down, it only means you are above them. Life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated.
You're not paid for your time, you're paid for the value you bring to the market. Alex Hormozy.
Natural justice is a pledge of reciprocal benefit to prevent one man from harming or being harmed by another.
You become what you think about. The ego is not a bad thing. Sometimes we need it in order to achieve our aims and feel vitality. However, the ego is just a tool. We shouldn't let it control us.
The problem creates the solution. What stands in the way becomes the way. Marcus Aurelius.
Stop telling people everything. Most people don't care, and some secretly want you to fail. Don't let anyone know what you're doing until it's done.
To know yourself is to know the source of all existence. Papa G.
The condition and character of the uneducated person is this: they never look for benefit or harm to come from themselves, but from external things. The condition and character of the philosopher is this: they look for every benefit and harm to come from themselves. 2. The signs that someone is making progress are these: they blame no one, they praise no one, they find fault with no one, they accuse no one. They never say anything of themselves, as though they amount to something or know anything. When they are impeded or hindered, they blame themselves. If someone praises them, they laugh inwardly at the person who praises them. And if anyone censures them, they make no defense. They go about as if they were sick, cautious not to disturb what is healing before they are fully recovered. 3. They have rid themselves of all desires and have transferred their aversion to only those things contrary to nature that are in our power. They have no strong preferences in regard to anything. If they appear foolish or ignorant, they do not care. In a word, they keep guard over themselves as though they are their own enemy lying in wait.
The graveyard is full of people who used to think that the world could not run without them. Do not regret the past. At that moment, you did your best.
The earth repays those who cultivate her, both justly and well, multiplying what she received, endowing in abundance all the necessities of life to anyone willing to work, and all this without violating your dignity or self-respect. Musonius Rufus.
Not everyone is down for you like they say they are. Bad times are actually a boon because they wake you up to the good things you never paid attention to.
To breathe and know you are alive is wonderful. Because you are alive, everything is possible. Thich Nhat Hanh.
He that sinneth, sinneth unto himself. He that is unjust hurts himself, in that he makes himself worse than he was before. Not he only that committeth, but he also that omitteth something, is oftentimes unjust.
Resilience is knowing that you are the only one that has the power and the responsibility to pick yourself up. Learn to say no. Be frugal.
Mastery of reading and writing requires a master. Still more so, life. Marcus Aurelius.
Kindness without honesty is manipulation. Don't give up on yourself. There's a reason why you started.
Our most important task is to transform our consciousness so that violence is no longer an option for us in our personal lives. Deepak Chopra.
We must also reflect that of desires some are natural, others are groundless, and that of the natural some are necessary as well as natural, and some natural only. And of the necessary desires some are necessary if we are to be happy, some if the body is to be rid of uneasiness, some if we are even to live. He who has a clear and certain understanding of these things will direct every preference and aversion towards securing health of body and tranquility of mind, seeing that this is the sum and end of a happy life. For the end of all our actions is to be free from pain and fear, and when once we have attained all this, the tempest of the soul is laid, seeing that the living creature has no need to go in search of something that is lacking, nor to look for anything else by which the good of the soul and of the body will be fulfilled. When we are pained because of the absence of pleasure, then and then only do we feel the need of pleasure. Wherefore we call pleasure the alpha and omega of a happy life. Pleasure is our first and kindred good. It is the starting point of every choice and of every aversion, and to it we come back, inasmuch as we make feeling the rule by which to judge of every good thing.
If you are depressed, you are living in the past. Learn to be the person you need to be, and then others will need you too.
Confine yourself to the present. Marcus Aurelius.
Life has a way of working out, even when it seems impossible. Laziness travels so slowly that poverty soon overtakes him.
In the silence of the heart, love reveals itself. Rumi.
Have I done anything charitably? Then am I benefited by it. See that this upon all occasions may present itself unto thy mind, and never cease to think of it. What is thy profession? To be good. And how should this be well brought to pass? But by certain theorems and doctrines, some concerning the nature of the universe, and some concerning the proper and particular constitution of man.
The world is boring for boring people. Life gets better once you stop assuming you will always have more time later.
A book is like a garden carried in the pocket. Chinese proverb.
Talking without thinking is like shooting without aiming. A back phase of your life can start at any time. Most of the time, you have to swallow the pain and learn to grow up by yourself.
Vague goals produce vague results. Jack Canfield.
Will any contemn me? Let him look to that upon what grounds he does it. My care shall be that I may never be found either doing or speaking anything that doth truly deserve contempt. Will any hate me? Let him look to that. I, for my part, will be kind and loving unto all, and even unto him that hates me, whomsoever he be, will I be ready to show his error, not by way of exprobation or ostentation of my patience, but ingenuously and meekly, such as was that famous Phocion, if so be that he did not dissemble. For it is inwardly that these things must be, that the gods who look inwardly, and not upon the outward appearance, may behold a man truly free from all indignation and grief. For what hurt can it be unto thee whatsoever any man else doth, as long as thou mayest do that which is proper and suitable to thine own nature? Wilt not thou, a man wholly appointed to be both what, and as the common good shall require, accept of that which is now seasonable to the nature of the universe?
If you are not willing to risk the usual, you will have to settle for the ordinary. Leave nothing for tomorrow which can be done today.
It is never too late to be what you might have been. George Eliot.
Happiness is wanting what you get. Learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference.
In life, you have a choice. Bitter or better, choose better, forget bitter. Nick Vujicic.
Toys and fooleries at home, wars abroad, sometimes terror, sometimes torpor or stupid sloth. This is thy daily slavery. By little and little, if thou doest not better look to it, those sacred dogmata will be blotted out of thy mind. How many things be there which, when as a mere naturalist, thou hast barely considered of according to their nature, thou doest let pass without any further use? Whereas thou shouldst in all things so join action and contemplation, that thou mightest both at the same time attend all present occasions, to perform everything duly and carefully, and yet so intend the contemplative part too, that no part of that delight and pleasure which the contemplative knowledge of everything according to its true nature doth of itself afford might be lost, or that the true and contemplative knowledge of everything according to its own nature might of itself, action being subject to many lets and impediments, afford unto thee sufficient pleasure and happiness, not apparent indeed, but not concealed. And when shalt thou attain to the happiness of true simplicity and unaffected gravity? When shalt thou rejoice in the certain knowledge of every particular object according to its true nature, as what the matter and substance of it is, what use it is for in the world, how long it can subsist, what things it doth consist of, who they be that are capable of it, and who they that can give it and take it away?
When you can't go back, you have to worry only about the best way of moving forward. Everything comes to you at the right time. Be patient and trust the process.
Every morning we are born again. What we do today is what matters most. Buddha.
Control your thoughts, or your thoughts will control you. People are great at keeping secrets they don't know.
Excuses are the nails used to build a house of failure. Jim Rohn.
Of natural affection. When he was visited by one of the magistrates, Epictetus inquired of him about several particulars, and asked if he had children and a wife. The man replied that he had, and Epictetus inquired further how he felt under the circumstances. Miserable, the man said. Then Epictetus asked in what respect, for men do not marry and beget children in order to be wretched, but rather to be happy. But I, the man replied, am so wretched about my children that lately, when my little daughter was sick and was supposed to be in danger, I could not endure to stay with her, but I left home till a person sent me news that she had recovered. Well then, said Epictetus, do you think that you acted right? I acted naturally, the man replied, but convince me of this, that you acted naturally, and I will convince you that everything which takes place according to nature takes place rightly. This is the case, said the man, with all or at least most fathers. I do not deny that, but the matter about which we are inquiring is whether such behavior is right. For in respect to this matter, we must say that tumors also come for the good of the body, because they do come. And generally we must say that to do wrong is natural, because nearly all, or at least most of us, do wrong. Do you show me then how your behavior is natural? I cannot, he said. But do you rather show me how it is not according to nature and is not rightly done? Well, said Epictetus, if we were inquiring about white and black, what criterion should we employ for distinguishing between them? The sight, he said. And if about hot and cold and hard and soft, what criterion? The touch. Well then, since we are inquiring about things which are according to nature, and those which are done rightly or not rightly, what kind of criterion do you think that we should employ? I do not know, he said. And yet not to know the criterion of colors and smells, and also of tastes, is perhaps no great harm. But if a man do not know the criterion of good and bad, and of things according to nature and contrary to nature, does this seem to you a small harm? The greatest harm. Come tell me, do all things which seem to some persons to be good and becoming rightly appear such, and at present as to Jews and Syrians and Egyptians and Romans, is it possible that the opinions of all of them in respect to food are right? How is it possible he said, "Well, I suppose it is absolutely necessary that if the opinions of the Egyptians are right, the opinions of the rest must be wrong. If the opinions of the Jews are right, those of the rest cannot be right." "Certainly. But where there is ignorance, there is want of learning and training in things which are necessary." He assented to this. "You then," said Epictetus, "since you know this, for the future will employ yourself seriously about nothing else, and will apply your mind to nothing else than to learn the criterion of things which are according to nature, and by using it also to determine each several thing. But in the present matter I have so much as this to aid you toward what you wish. Does affection to those of your family appear to you to be according to nature and to be good?" "Certainly." "Well, is such affection natural and good, and is a thing consistent with reason not good?" "By no means." "Is then that which is consistent with reason in contradiction with affection?" "I think not." "You are right. For if it is otherwise, it is necessary that one of the contradictions being according to nature, the other must be contrary to nature. Is it not so?" "It is," he said. "Whatever, then, we shall discover to be at the same time affectionate and also consistent with reason, this we confidently declare to be right and good." "Agreed. Well, then, to leave your sick child and to go away is not reasonable, and I suppose that you will not say that it is. But it remains for us to inquire if it is consistent with affection." "Yes, let us consider. Did you then, since you had an affectionate disposition to your child, do right when you ran off and left her? And has the mother no affection for the child?" "Certainly she has." "Ought then the mother also to have left her, or ought she not?" "She ought not." "And the nurse, does she love her?" "She does." "Ought then she also to have left her?" "By no means." "And the pedagogue, does he not love her?" "He does love her." "Ought then he also to have deserted her?" And so should the child have been left alone and without help on account of the great affection of you, the parents, and of those about her? Or should she have died in the hands of those who neither loved her nor cared for her? Certainly not. Now this is unfair and unreasonable, not to allow those who have equal affection with yourself to do what you think to be proper for yourself to do, because you have affection. It is absurd. Come then, if you were sick, would you wish your relations to be so affectionate, and all the rest, children and wife, as to leave you alone and deserted? By no means. And would you wish to be so loved by your own, that through their excessive affection you would always be left alone in sickness? Or for this reason would you rather pray, if it were possible, to be loved by your enemies and deserted by them? But if this is so, it results that your behavior was not at all an affectionate act. Well then, was it nothing which moved you and induced you to desert your child? And how is that possible? But it might be something of the kind which moved a man at Rome to wrap up his head while a horse was running which he favored, and when contrary to expectation the horse won, he required sponges to recover from his fainting fit. What then is the thing which moved? The exact discussion of this does not belong to the present occasion, perhaps, but it is enough to be convinced of this. If what the philosophers say is true, that we must not look for it anywhere without, but in all cases it is one and the same thing which is the cause of our doing or not doing something, of saying or not saying something, of being elated or depressed, of avoiding anything or pursuing, the very thing which is now the cause to me and to you of coming to me and sitting and hearing, and to me of saying what I do say. And what is this? Is it any other than our will to do so? no other. But if we had willed otherwise, what else should we have been doing than that which we willed to do? This then was the cause of Achilles' lamentation, not the death of Patroclus. For another man does not behave thus on the death of his companion, but it was because he chose to do so. And to you this was the very cause of your then running away, that you chose to do so. And on the other side, if you should stay with her, the reason will be the same. And now you are going to Rome because you choose. And if you should change your mind, you will not go thither. And in a word, neither death nor exile nor pain nor anything of the kind is the cause of our doing anything or not doing, but our own opinions and our wills. Do I convince you of this or not? You do convince me. Such then as the causes are in each case, such also are the effects. When then we are doing anything not rightly, from this day we shall impute it to nothing else than to the will from which we have done it. And it is that which we shall endeavor to take away, and to extirpate more than the tumors and abscesses out of the body. And in like manner we shall give the same account of the cause of the things which we do right. And we shall no longer allege as causes of any evil to us, either slave or neighbor, or wife or children, being persuaded that if we do not think things to he what we do think them to be, we do not the acts which follow from such opinions. And as to thinking or not thinking, that is in our power and not in externals. It is so, he said. From this day then we shall inquire into and examine nothing else, what its quality is or its state, neither land nor slaves nor horses nor dogs, nothing else than opinions. I hope so. You see then that you must become a scholasticus, an animal whom all ridicule, if you really intend to make an examination of your own opinions, and that this is not the work of 1 hour or day, you know yourself.
You will look back at your life with much more regret for the things that you didn't do than for the things that you did. If you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path.
Don't hope that events will turn out the way you want. Welcome events in whichever way they happen. This is the path to peace. Epictetus.
Art is the mediator of what cannot be said. Do not fear getting hurt. You can't grow if you don't hurt.
The only impossible journey is the one you never begin. Tony Robbins.
When any shall either impeach thee with false accusations or hatefully reproach thee, or shall use any such carriage towards thee, get thee presently to their minds and understandings, and look in them, and behold what manner of men they be. Thou shalt see that there is no such occasion why it should trouble thee. What such as they are think of thee. Yet must thou love them still, for by nature they are thy friends. And the gods themselves in those things that they seek from them as matters of great moment are well content all manner of ways, as by dreams and oracles to help them as well as others.
Ultimately, the people who mind don't matter, and the people who matter don't mind. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen.
A disciplined mind brings happiness. Buddha.
Do not explain your philosophy, embody it. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest.
Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about taking care of those in your charge. Jocko Willink.
The just man is most free from disturbance, while the unjust is full of the utmost disturbance.
Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease.
The quality of your mind is the quality of your life. The goal here is not to read the largest quantity of books. It is to read the highest quality of books. Naval Ravikant.
A wise man gets more use from his enemies than a fool from his friends. Better days are coming. You won't always wake up in the morning with a heavy heart.
If you aim at nothing, you will hit it every time. Zig Ziglar.
Sure, my heart smiled within me. They will accuse even virtue herself with heinous and opprobrious words.
There will always be someone who doesn't see your worth. Don't let it be you. Just because you're happy, it doesn't mean you should keep your mouth shut.
Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, you must dive for it. Chinese proverb.
Time spent comparing yourself to others is time spent on wasteful thoughts. Learn how to select your thoughts just the same way you select your clothes every day. This is a power you can cultivate if you want to control things in your life.
You have greatness within you. You have something special. You have to make a declaration that this is your time. Les Brown.
In my father, I observed his meekness, his constancy without wavering in those things, which after a due examination and deliberation he had determined. How free from all vanity he carried himself in matter of honor and dignity, as they are esteemed, his laboriousness and assiduity, his readiness to hear any man that had aught to say tending to any common good, how generally and impartially he would give every man his due, his skill and knowledge when rigor or extremity, or when remissness or moderation was in season, how he did abstain from all unchaste love of youths, his moderate condescending to other men's occasions as an ordinary man, neither absolutely requiring of his friends that they should wait upon him at his ordinary meals, nor that they should of necessity accompany him in his journeys, and that whensoever any business upon some necessary occasions was to be put off and omitted before it could be ended, he was ever found when he went about it again, the same man that he was before. His accurate examination of things in consultations, and patient hearing of others. He would not hastily give over the search of the matter, as one easy to be satisfied with sudden notions and apprehensions. His care to preserve his friends, how neither at any time he would carry himself towards them with disdainful neglect, and grow weary of them, nor yet at any time be madly fond of them. His contented mind in all things, his cheerful countenance, his care to foresee things afar off, and to take order for the least, without any noise or clamor. Moreover, how all acclamations and flattery were repressed by him, how carefully he observed all things necessary to the government, and kept an account of the common expenses, and how patiently he did abide that he was reprehended by some for this his strict and rigid kind of dealing. How he was neither a superstitious worshipper of the gods, nor an ambitious pleaser of men, or studious of popular applause, but sober in all things, and everywhere observant of that which was fitting, no affecter of novelties, in those things which conduced to his ease and convenience, plenty whereof his fortune did afford him, without pride and bragging, yet with all freedom and liberty, so that as he did freely enjoy them without any anxiety or affectation when they were present, so when absent he found no want of them. Moreover, that he was never commended by any man as either a learned acute man, or an obsequious officious man, or a fine orator, but as a ripe, mature man, a perfect sound man, one that could not endure to be flattered, able to govern both himself and others. Moreover, how much he did honor all true philosophers without upbraiding those that were not so. His sociableness, his gracious and delightful conversation, but never unto satiety, his care of his body within bounds and measure, not as one that desired to live long or overstudious of neatness and elegancy, and yet not as one that did not regard it, so that through his own care and providence he seldom needed any inward physics or outward applications, but especially how ingeniously he would yield to any that had obtained any peculiar faculty, as either eloquence, or the knowledge of the laws, or of ancient customs, or the like, and how he concurred with them in his best care and endeavor that every one of them might, in his kind, for that wherein he excelled, be regarded and esteemed. And although he did all things carefully after the ancient customs of his forefathers, yet even of this was he not desirous that men should take notice, that he did imitate ancient customs. Again, how he was not easily moved and tossed up and down, but loved to be constant, both in the same places and businesses, and how after his great fits of headache he would return fresh and vigorous to his wonted affairs. Again, that secrets he neither had many nor often, and such only as concerned public matters, his discretion and moderation, in exhibiting of the public sights and shows for the pleasure and pastime of the people, in public buildings, congeries, and the like. In all these things, having a respect unto men only as men, and to the equity of the things themselves, and not unto the glory that might follow, never wont to use the baths at unseasonable hours, no builder, never curious or solicitous, either about his meat, or about the workmanship, or color of his clothes, or about anything that belonged to external beauty. In all his conversation, far from all inhumanity, all boldness and incivility, all greediness and impetuosity, never doing anything with such earnestness and intention that a man could say of him that he did sweat about it, but contrariwise, all things distinctly, as at leisure, without trouble, orderly, soundly, and agreeably. A man might have applied that to him, which is recorded of Socrates, that he knew how to want and to enjoy those things, in the want whereof most men show themselves weak, and in the fruition intemperate, but to hold out firm and constant, and to keep within the compass of true moderation and sobriety in either estate, is proper to a man who hath a perfect and invincible soul, such as he showed himself in the sickness of Maximus.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If it keeps you happy, keep it quiet.
Man's character is his fate. Your integrity is your destiny. It is the light that guides your way. Heraclitus.
Never compete with someone who has nothing to lose. The truth is not always beautiful, nor are beautiful words the truth.
Anything that's happened to you has happened for a reason. Wayne Dyer.
Among the things held to be just by law, whatever is proved to be of advantage in men's dealings has the stamp of justice, whether or not it be the same for all. But if a man makes a law, and it does not prove to be mutually advantageous, then this is no longer just. And if what is mutually advantageous varies, and only for a time corresponds to our concept of justice, nevertheless for that time it is just for those who do not trouble themselves about empty words, but look simply at the facts.
Accept what is. Let go of what was. Have faith in what will be. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one.
Efficiency is doing things right. Effectiveness is doing the right things. Peter Drucker.
Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms. To choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Progress is not achieved by luck or accident, but by working on yourself daily.
Character isn't something you were born with and can't change, like your fingerprints. It's something you weren't born with and must take responsibility for forming. Jim Rohn.
Be not discontented, be not disheartened, be not out of hope. If often it succeed not so well with thee punctually and precisely to do all things according to the right dogmata. But being once cast off, return unto them again. And as for those many and more frequent occurrences, either of worldly distractions or human infirmities, which as a man thou canst not but in some measure be subject unto, be not thou discontented with them, but however, love and affect that only which thou dost return unto a philosopher's life and proper occupation after the most exact manner. And when thou dost return to thy philosophy, return not unto it as the manner of some is after play and liberty, as it were, to their schoolmasters and pedagogues, but as they that have sore eyes to their sponge and egg, or as another to his cataplasm, or as others to their fomentations, so shalt not thou make it a matter of ostentation at all, to obey reason, but of ease and comfort.
The only way to live like a king is to work like a slave. Be yourself. People don't have to like you, and you don't have to care.
The fates guide the person who accepts them and hinder the person who resists them. Cleanthes.
Being human means having doubts and yet still continuing on your path. The longer we dwell on our misfortunes, the greater is their power to harm us.
Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Friedrich Nietzsche.
That inward mistress part of man, if it be in its own true natural temper, is towards all worldly chances and events ever so disposed and affected, that it will easily turn and apply itself to that which may be, and is within its own power to compass, when that cannot be which at first it intended. For it never doth absolutely addict, and apply itself to any one object, but whatsoever it is that it doth now intend and prosecute, it doth prosecute it with exception and reservation, so that whatsoever it is that falls out contrary to its first intentions, even that afterwards it makes its proper object. Even as the fire when it prevails upon those things that are in his way, by which things indeed a little fire would have been quenched, but a great fire doth soon turn to its own nature, and so consume whatsoever comes in his way. Yea, by those very things it is made greater and greater.
Never expect too high. The more you expect, when it doesn't meet your expectation, the more it's going to hurt you. Finding the lesson behind every adversity will be the one important thing that helps get you through it.
De omnibus dubitandum, everything must be doubted. Aristotle.
Adversity has the effect of eliciting talents which in prosperous circumstances would have lain dormant. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it.
The moment you accept what troubles you've been given, the door will open. Rumi.
Not as though thou hadst thousands of years to live. Death hangs over thee, whilst yet thou livest, whilst thou mayest be good.
If you want to achieve greatness, stop asking permission. There is time for everything.
The only thing that is truly good is virtue. Epictetus. This quote captures Stoicism's central tenet that virtue is the sole source of true happiness and fulfillment.
Have at least one person in your life who gives you honest opinions. He who has injured thee was either stronger or weaker than thee. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare thyself.
We chase what we think will make us happy instead of seeking what will actually make us happy. Jay Shetty.
When children come clapping their hands and crying out, "Today is the good Saturnalia," do we say, "The Saturnalia are not good"? By no means, but we clap our hands also. Do you also then, when you are not able to make a man change his mind, be assured that he is a child, and clap your hands with him? And if you do not choose to do this, keep silent. A man must keep this in mind, and when he is called to any such difficulty, he should know that the time is come for showing if he has been instructed. For he who is come into a difficulty is like a young man from a school who has practiced the resolution of syllogisms. And if any person proposes to him an easy syllogism, he says, "Rather propose to me a syllogism which is skillfully complicated, that I may exercise myself on it." Even athletes are dissatisfied with slight young men and say, "He cannot lift me." This is a youth of noble disposition. But when the time of trial is come, one of you must weep and say, "I wish that I had learned more." A little more of what? If you did not learn these things in order to show them in practice, why did you learn them? I think that there is someone among you who are sitting here, who is suffering like a woman in labor and saying, "Oh, that such a difficulty does not present itself to me as that which has come to this man. Oh, that I should be wasting my life in a corner when I might be crowned at Olympia. When will anyone announce to me such a contest?" Such ought to be the disposition of all of you. even among the gladiators of Caesar, there are some who complain grievously that they are not brought forward and matched, and they offer up prayers to God and address themselves to their superintendents, entreating that they might fight. And will no one among you show himself such? I would willingly take a voyage for this purpose and see what my athlete is doing, how he is studying his subject. I do not choose such a subject, he says. Why? Is it in your power to take what subject you choose? There has been given to you such a body as you have, such parents, such brethren, such a country, such a place in your country. Then you come to me and say, change my subject. Have you not abilities which enable you to manage the subject which has been given to you? It is your business to propose. It is mine to exercise myself well. However, you do not say so, but you say, do not propose to me such a tropic, but such. Do not urge against me such an objection, but such. There will be a time, perhaps, when tragic actors will suppose that they are masks and buskins and the long cloak. I say, these things, man, are your material and subject. Utter something that we may know whether you are a tragic actor or a buffoon, for both of you have all the rest in common. If anyone then should take away the tragic actor's buskins and his mask, and introduce him on the stage as a phantom, is the tragic actor lost? Or does he still remain? If he has voice, he still remains. An example of another kind. Assume the governorship of a province. I assume it, and when I have assumed it, I show how an instructed man behaves. Lay aside the laticlave, and clothing yourself in rags, come forward in this character. What then, have I not the power of displaying a good voice? How then do you now appear? As a witness summoned by God. Come forward, you, and bear testimony for me, for you are worthy to be brought forward as a witness by me. Is anything external to the will good or bad? Do I hurt any man? Have I made every man's interest dependent on any man except himself? What testimony do you give for God? I am in a wretched condition, master, and I am unfortunate. No man cares for me. No man gives me anything. All blame me. All speak ill of me. Is this the evidence that you are going to give, and disgrace his summons, who has conferred so much honor on you, and thought you worthy of being called to bear such testimony? But suppose that he who has the power has declared, I judge you to be impious and profane. What has happened to you? I have been judged to be impious and profane. Nothing else? Nothing else. But if the same person had passed judgment on an hypothetical syllogism and had made a declaration, the conclusion that if it is day, it is light, I declare to be false. What has happened to the hypothetical syllogism? Who is judged in this case? Who has been condemned? The hypothetical syllogism, or the man who has been deceived by it? Does he then, who has the power of making any declaration about what is pious or impious? Has he studied it, and has he learned it? Where? From whom? Then is it the fact that a musician pays no regard to him who declares that the lowest chord in the lyre is the highest, nor yet a geometrician, if he declares that the lines from the center of a circle to the circumference are not equal? And shall he who is really instructed pay any regard to the uninstructed man when he pronounces judgment on what is pious and what is impious, on what is just and unjust? Oh, the signal wrong done by the instructed! Did they learn this here? Will you not leave the small arguments about these matters to others, to lazy fellows, that they may sit in a corner and receive their sorry pay, or grumble that no one gives them anything? And will you not come forward and make use of what you have learned? For it is not these small arguments that are wanted now. The writings of the Stoics are full of them. What then is the thing which is wanted? A man who shall apply them, one who by his acts shall bear testimony to his words. Assume, I entreat you, this character, that we may no longer use in the schools the examples of the ancients, but may have some example of our own. To whom then does the contemplation of these matters belong? To him who has leisure, for man is an animal that loves contemplation. But it is shameful to contemplate these things as runaway slaves do. We should sit, as in a theater, free from distraction, and listen at one time to the tragic actor, at another time to the lute player, and not do as slaves do. As soon as the slave has taken his station, he praises the actor and at the same time looks round. Then, if anyone calls out his master's name, the slave is immediately frightened and disturbed. It is shameful for philosophers thus to contemplate the works of nature. For what is a master? Man is not the master of man, but death is, and life and pleasure and pain. For if he comes without these things, bring Caesar to me, and you will see how firm I am. But when he shall come with these things, thundering and lightning, and when I am afraid of them, what do I do then except to recognize my master like the runaway slave? But so long as I have any respite from these terrors, as a runaway slave stands in the theater, so do I. I bathe, I drink, I sing. But all this I do with terror and uneasiness. But if I shall release myself from my masters, that is from those things by means of which masters are formidable, what further trouble have I? What master have I still? What then? Ought we to publish these things to all men? No, but we ought to accommodate ourselves to the ignorant and to say, this man recommends to me that which he thinks good for himself. I excuse him. For Socrates also excused the jailer, who had the charge of him in prison, and was weeping when Socrates was going to drink the poison, and said, how generously he laments over us. Does he then say to the jailer that for this reason we have sent away the women? No, but he says it to his friends who were able to hear it. And he treats the jailer as a child.
Mostly people will treat you according to their needs and greed. Do not be afraid to make a hard choice. The hard choices are the best ones you end up making.
First, ask yourself who you want to be, and then do what you have to do. Epictetus.
People change. Love hurts. Friends leave. Things go wrong. But remember that life goes on. Pay close attention to those who say they love you, because so often they don't. They only use you. Trust in yourself and your first instinct on decisions.
It's never crowded along the extra mile. Wayne Dyer.
It is a sign of foolishness to spend a lot of time on things that concern the body, such as exercising a great deal, eating and drinking a lot, defecating and having sex. These are things that should be done in passing. Instead, you should turn your whole attention to the care of your mind.
What one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics. Well done is better than well said.
How satisfying it is to dismiss and block out any upsetting or foreign impression, and immediately to have peace in all things. Marcus Aurelius.
Why would you take criticism? Success is a loner's journey. You must learn to accept loss and make compromises.
Root out the violence in your life and learn to live compassionately and mindfully. Seek peace. When you have peace within, real peace with others is possible. Thich Nhat Hanh.
As the ordinary shows of the theater and of other such places, when thou art presented with them, affect thee, as the same things still seen and in the same fashion, make the sight ingrateful and tedious, so must all the things that we see all our life long affect us. For all things above and below are still the same, and from the same causes. When then will there be an end?
He who is satisfied with his lot is rich. If someone wants to offend you greatly, then it is even worse for him.
He who asks is a fool for 5 minutes, but he who does not ask remains a fool forever. Chinese proverb.
A calm sea will not make you a skilled sailor. Take care of your body. Remember, health is another form of wealth.
Success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. Jim Rohn.
If it were thine act, and in thine own power, wouldest thou do it? If it were not, whom dost tin accuse, the atoms or the gods? For to do either the part of a mad man, thou must therefore blame nobody. But if it be in thy power, redress what is amiss. If it be not, to what end is it to complain? For nothing should be done but to some certain end.
Haters are confused admirers who can't understand why everybody else likes you. Release a grudge as if it was poisoned.
The struggles you face introduce you to your strengths. Epictetus.
Just because things could have been different doesn't mean they'd be better. We learn not in school but in life.
We are here to awaken from our illusion of separateness. Thich Nhat Hanh.
What is wickedness? It is that which many time and often thou hast already seen and known in the world, and so oft as anything doth happen that might otherwise trouble thee, let this memento presently come to thy mind, that it is that which thou hast already often seen and known. Generally, above and below, thou shalt find but the same things, the very same things whereof ancient stories, middle-aged stories, and fresh stories are full, whereof towns are full, and houses full. There is nothing that is new. All things that are both usual and of little continuance.
Keep your fears to yourself, but share your courage with others. It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
You can easily judge the character of a man by how he treats those who can do nothing for him. Johann von Goethe.
The truth will come out in time. Most so-called failures are only temporary defeats.
What you get by achieving your goals is not as important as what you become by achieving your goals. Zig Ziglar.
The rational commanding part, as it alone can stir up and turn itself, so it maketh both itself to be, and everything that happeneth to appear unto itself, as it will itself.
Do not say a little in many words, but a great deal in a few. Trusting blindly often leads to betrayal.
Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. Cicero.
Realize you cannot control everything or everyone, but you can control yourself, and that's even better. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future.
If you want to know yourself, stop thinking about yourself and just be Mooji.
Try also how a good man's life, of one who is well pleased with those things whatsoever, which among the common changes and chances of this world fall to his own lot and share, and can live well contented and fully satisfied in the justice of his own proper present action and in the goodness of his disposition for the future, will agree with thee. Thou hast had experience of that other kind of life. Make now trial of this also. Trouble not thyself any more henceforth. Reduce thyself unto perfect simplicity. Doth any man offend? It is against himself that he doth offend. Why should it trouble thee? Hath anything happened unto thee? It is well, whatsoever it be. It is that which of all the common chances of the world from the very beginning in the series of all other things that have or shall happen, was destinated and appointed unto thee. To comprehend all in a few words, our life is short. We must endeavor to gain the present time with best discretion and justice. Use recreation with sobriety.
Believe in yourself, and the rest will fall into place. Never do anything you wouldn't want someone else to do to you.
A happy life consists in tranquility of mind. Cicero.
A man must always hide three things from a woman: his fears, so she believes in his strength; his mistakes, so she believes in his wisdom; and his dreams, so he can surprise her with their realization. Life has a funny way of surprising us when we're not looking for it.
To be truly free, you must recognize that you are not the doer. Papaji.
Of the things which are in our power and not in our power. Of all the faculties you will find not one which is capable of contemplating itself, and consequently, not capable either of approving or disapproving. How far does the grammatic art possess the contemplating power? As far as forming a judgment about what is written and spoken. And how far music? As far as judging about melody. Does either of them then contemplate itself? By no means. But when you must write something to your friend, grammar will tell you what words you must write. But whether you should write or not, grammar will not tell you. And so it is with music as to musical sounds. But whether you should sing at the present time and play on the lute, or do neither, music will not tell you. What faculty then will tell you? That which contemplates both itself and all other things. And what is this faculty? The rational faculty. For this is the only faculty that we have received which examines itself, what it is, and what power it has, and what is the value of this gift, and examines all other faculties. For what else is there which tells us that golden things are beautiful? For they do not say so themselves. Evidently, it is the faculty which is capable of judging of appearances. What else judges of music, grammar, and other faculties, proves their uses and points out the occasions for using them? Nothing else. As then it was fit to be so, that which is best of all and supreme over all is the only thing which the gods have placed in our power, the right use of appearances. But all other things they have not placed in our power. Was it because they did not choose? I indeed think that if they had been able, they would have put these other things also in our power, but they certainly could not. For as we exist on the earth, and are bound to such a body and to such companions, how was it possible for us not to be hindered as to these things by externals? But what says Zeus? Epictetus, if it were possible, I would have made both your little body and your little property free and not exposed to hindrance. But now be not ignorant of this. This body is not yours, but it is clay finely tempered. And since I was not able to do for you what I have mentioned, I have given you a small portion of us, this faculty of pursuing an object and avoiding it, and the faculty of desire and aversion, and in a word, the faculty of using the appearances of things. And if you will take care of this faculty and consider it your only possession, you will never be hindered, never meet with impediments. You will not lament, you will not blame, you will not flatter any person. Well, do these seem to you small matters? I hope not. Be content with them then and pray to the gods. But now, when it is in our power to look after one thing and to attach ourselves to it, we prefer to look after many things and to be bound to many things, to the body and to property, and to brother and to friend, and to child and to slave. Since then we are bound to many things. We are depressed by them and dragged down. For this reason, when the weather is not fit for sailing, we sit down and torment ourselves, and continually look out to see what wind is blowing. It is north. What is that to us? When will the west wind blow? When it shall choose, my good man, or when it shall please Iolus. For God has not made you the manager of the winds, but Iolus. What then? We must make the best use that we can of the things which are in our power, and use the rest according to their nature. What is their nature then? As God may please. Must I then alone have my head cut off? What? Would you have all men lose their heads that you may be consoled? Will you not stretch out your neck as Lateranus did at Rome, when Nero ordered him to be beheaded? For when he had stretched out his neck, and received a feeble blow, which made him draw it in for a moment, he stretched it out again. And a little before, when he was visited by Epaphroditus, Nero's freedman, who asked him about the cause of offense which he had given, he said, "If I choose to tell anything, I will tell your master." What then should a man have in readiness in such circumstances? What else then, what is mine, and what is not mine, and permitted to me, and what is not permitted to me? I must die. Must I then die lamenting? I must be put in chains. Must I then also lament? I must go into exile. Does any man then hinder me from going with smiles and cheerfulness and contentment? Tell me the secret which you possess. I will not, for this is in my power. But I will put you in chains, Man, what are you talking about? Me in chains? You may fetter my leg, but my will not even Zeus himself can overpower. I will throw you into prison. My poor body, you mean? I will cut your head off. When, then, have I told you that my head alone cannot be cut off? These are the things which philosophers should meditate on, which they should write daily, in which they should exercise themselves. Thrasea used to say, I would rather be killed today than banished tomorrow. What, then, did Rufus say to him? If you choose death as the heavier misfortune, how great is the folly of your choice? But if, as the lighter, who has given you the choice? Will you not study to be content with that which has been given to you? What, then, did Agrippinus say? He said, I am not a hindrance to myself. When it was reported to him that his trial was going on in the Senate, he said, I hope it may turn out well, but it is the 5th hour of the day. This was the time when he was used to exercise himself and then take the cold bath. Let us go and take our exercise. After he had taken his exercise, one comes and tells him, You have been condemned. To banishment, he replies, or to death. To banishment. What about my property? It is not taken from you. Let us go to Aricia then, he said, and dine. This it is to have studied what a man ought to study, to have made desire, aversion, free from hindrance, and free from all that a man would avoid. I must die. If now, I am ready to die. If after a short time I now dine because it is the dinner hour, after this I will then die. How? Like a man who gives up what belongs to another.
Both the optimist and the pessimist contribute to society. The optimist invents the airplane, the pessimist the parachute. One always has enough time if one applies it well.
The only thing I know is that I know nothing. Socrates.
Never get bogged down in regrets. No one is perfect. Marry before 30. Have kids before 35. Work and earn actively and sufficiently till before 40. Make passive income workable before 50. Plan to retire from work activity before 60. Do everything for family, but expect nothing from it. Not even from your spouse.
If you don't design your own life plan, chances are you'll fall into someone else's plan. And guess what they have planned for you? Not much. Jim Rohn.
Within a very little while thou wilt be either ashes or a skeletum, and a name perchance, and perchance not so much as a name. And what is that but an empty sound and a rebounding echo? Those things which in this life are dearest unto us, and of most account, they are in themselves but vain, putrid, contemptible, the most weighty and serious, if rightly esteemed, but as puppies, biting one another, or untoward children, now laughing and then crying. As for faith and modesty and justice and truth, they long since, as one of the poets hath it, have abandoned this spacious earth and retired themselves unto heaven. What is it then that doth keep thee here, if things sensible be so mutable and unsettled, and the senses so obscure and so fallible, and our souls nothing but an exhalation of blood, and to be in credit among such be but vanity? What is it that thou dost stay for? An extinction or a translation, either of them with a propitious and contented mind. But still that time come, what will content thee? What else but to worship and praise the gods, and to do good unto men, to bear with them, and to forbear to do them any wrong, and for all external things, belonging either to this thy wretched body, or life, to remember that they are neither thine, nor in thy power.
When you react, you lose power. Sometimes we create our own heartbreaks through expectation.
Love is a serious mental disease. Plato, Phaedrus.
The world is what it is. You are what you are. Stay calm. You've been through this before. You'll get through it again.
The present moment dies every moment to become the past, and is reborn every moment into the future. All experience is now. Deepak Chopra.
To those who recommend persons to philosophers, Diogenes said well to one who asked from him letters of recommendation. That you are a man, he said, he will know as soon as he sees you, and he will know whether you are good or bad, if he is by experience skillful to distinguish the good and the bad. But if he is without experience, he will never know, if I write to him 10,000 times. For it is just the same as if a drachma asked to be recommended to a person to be tested. If he is skillful in testing silver, he will know what you are, for you will recommend yourself. We ought then in life also to have some skill, as in the case of silver coin, that a man may be able to say, like the judge of silver, bring me any drachma and I will test it. But in the case of syllogisms I would say, bring any man that you please, and I will distinguish for you the man who knows how to resolve syllogisms and the man who does not. Why? Because I know how to resolve syllogisms. I have the power, which a man must have who is able to discover those who have the power of resolving syllogisms. But in life, how do I act? At one time I call a thing good and at another time bad. What is the reason? The contrary to that which is in the case of syllogisms, ignorance and inexperience.
If you get tired, learn to rest, not to quit. Not everyone wants to see you succeed. Some will even go out of their way to see you fail.
Non est ad astra mollis aeteris via. There is no easy way from the earth to the stars. Seneca the Younger.
Everyone makes mistakes. We know accurately only when we know little. With knowledge, doubt increases.
The source of suffering is a false belief in permanence and the existence of separate selves. Thich Nhat Hanh.
An angry countenance is much against nature, and it is oftentimes the proper countenance of them that are at the point of death. But were it so, that all anger and passion were so thoroughly quenched in thee, that it were altogether impossible to kindle it any more, yet herein must not thou rest satisfied, but further endeavor by good consequence of true ratiocination, perfectly to conceive and understand that all anger and passion is against reason. For if thou shalt not be sensible of thine innocence, if that also shall be gone from thee, the comfort of a good conscience, that thou doest all things according to reason, what shouldest thou live any longer for? All things that now thou seest are but for a moment. That nature, by which all things in the world are administered, will soon bring change and alteration upon them, and then of their substances make other things like unto them, and then soon after others again of the matter and substance of these, that so by these means the world may still appear fresh and new.
If you got away with a bad decision, it doesn't make it a good decision. Trust wisely and not blindly.
The greatest wealth is to live content with little. Plato.
Be grateful always, because it can always be worse. Live like there's no tomorrow and do what you love. Where you are in a few months depends on what you do today.
You are stopping you. You are giving up instead of getting hard. David Goggins.
On no occasion call yourself a philosopher, and do not talk a great deal amongst uneducated people about philosophical principles, but do what follows from those principles. For example, at a banquet, do not talk about how people ought to eat, but eat as someone should. Remember how Socrates had so completely eliminated ostentation that people would come to him wanting him to introduce them to philosophers, and he would take them off to other philosophers. So little did he care about being overlooked. 2. And if a discussion about philosophical principles should arise in uneducated people, keep silent for the most part, for there is great danger that you will immediately vomit up what you have not yet digested. And when someone says to you that you know nothing, and you are not offended, then know that you have begun your work. For sheep do not present their fodder to the shepherd to show how much they have eaten, but they digest their food within to produce wool and milk on the outside. So do not display your philosophical principles to uneducated people, but show them the actions that result from the principles when you digest them.
Be kind and generous without expecting anything in return. Do not make one person the center of all your happiness. Don't make them the reason why you are happy, because once that person walks away from your life, you're left with nothing.
Excess in anything becomes a fault. Seneca.
Everyone is going to hurt you. You just gotta find the ones worth suffering for. People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of one thing in which it is right to be stingy.
Don't let your learning lead to knowledge. Let your learning lead to action. Jim Rohn.
Consider how quickly all things are dissolved and resolved, the bodies and substances themselves, into the matter and substance of the world, and their memories into the general age and time of the world. Consider the nature of all worldly sensible things, of those especially, which either ensnare by pleasure, or for their irksomeness are dreadful, or for their outward luster and show are in great esteem and request, how vile and contemptible, how base and corruptible, how destitute of all true life and being they are.
Good things come to those who wait. Change yourself. That is the only thing you can influence.
Enjoy present pleasures in such a way as not to injure future ones. Seneca.
Humans have come into being for the sake of each other, so either teach them or learn to bear them. Not everything in this world should be your problem. Some things are simply none of your business.
Every experience is a glimpse of the ultimate experience. Alan Watts.
By one action judge of the rest. This bathing which usually takes up so much of our time. What is it? Oil, sweat, filth, or the swords of the body, an excrementitious viscosity, the excrements of oil and other ointments used about the body and mixed with the swords of the body, all base and loathsome. And such almost is every part of our life and every worldly object.
Pay attention to the negative signs that people give off and immediately disconnect from them. It will save you a lot of pain and, more importantly, wasted time. Call it what you want, but it's one day in retrospect the years of struggle will strike you as the most beautiful.
In marriage, there must be complete companionship and concern for each other on the part of both husband and wife, in health and in sickness and at all times, because they entered upon the marriage for this reason, as well as to produce offspring. When such caring for one another is perfect, and the married couple provides it for one another, and each strives to outdo the other, then this is marriage as it ought to be, and deserving of emulation, since it is a noble union. Rufus.
If you make a mistake and do not correct it, this is called a mistake. Never disturb them again once you feel free.
Freedom is the recognition that you are beyond all limitations. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
The Lacedaemonians at their public spectacles were wont to appoint seats and forms for their strangers in the shadow. They themselves were content to sit anywhere.
There are two wolves fighting inside all of us. The first one is evil. The second one is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed. Children learn by an adult's example, not by their words.
The state exists for the sake of the good life. Aristotle. This quote highlights Aristotle's belief that the purpose of government is to provide its citizens with the conditions necessary for a flourishing life.
If each of us sweeps right under our feet, the whole world will be clean. If the world was blind, how many people would you impress?
You have to put in many tiny efforts that nobody sees or appreciates before you achieve anything worthwhile. Brian Tracy.
Remember that on the one hand, desires command you to obtain what you long for, and on the other, aversions command you to avoid what you dislike. Those who fail to gain what they desire are unfortunate, whilst those who fall into what they seek to avoid are miserable. So if you seek to avoid only those things contrary to nature, amongst the things that are in your power, you will accordingly fall into nothing to which you are averse. But if you seek to avoid sickness or death or poverty, you will be miserable. 2. Therefore, remove altogether your aversion for anything that is not in our power, and transfer it to those things contrary to nature that are in our power. For the time being, completely restrain your desires, for if you desire any of those things not in our power, you are bound to suffer misfortune. For of those things in our power, which it would be proper to desire, none is yet within your grasp. Use only choice and refusal, but use even these lightly, with reservation, and without straining.
We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more from imagination than from reality. If it's meant to be, it will happen.
There is no use in getting worked up about things you cannot control. Marcus Aurelius.
Stay away from people who make you feel lonely. No company is better than bad company. Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears.
To know the self is to know the ultimate freedom. Papaji.
That the deity oversees all things. When a person asked him how a man could be convinced that all his actions are under the inspection of God, he answered, "Do you not think that all things are united in one?" "I do," the person replied. "Well, do you not think that earthly things have a natural agreement and union with heavenly things?" "I do." "And how else so regularly as if by God's command? When he bids the plants to flower, do they flower? When he bids them to send forth shoots, do they shoot? When he bids them to produce fruit, how else do they produce fruit? When he bids the fruit to ripen, does it ripen? When again he bids them to cast down the fruits, how else do they cast them down? And when to shed the leaves, do they shed the leaves? And when he bids them to fold themselves up and to remain quiet and rest, how else do they remain quiet and rest? And how else at the growth and the wane of the moon, and at the approach and recession of the sun, are so great an alteration and change to the contrary seen in earthly things? But are plants and our bodies so bound up and united with the whole, and are not our souls much more? And our souls so bound up and in contact with God as parts of him and portions of him? And does not God perceive every motion of these parts as being his own motion connate with himself? Now are you able to think of the divine administration, and about all things divine, and at the same time also about human affairs, and to be moved by 10,000 things at the same time in your senses and in your understanding, and to assent to some and to dissent from others, and again as to some things to suspend your judgment? And do you retain in your soul so many impressions from so many and various things, and being moved by them, do you fall upon notions similar to those first impressed, and do you retain numerous arts and the memories of 10,000 things? And is not God able to oversee all things, and to be present with all, and to receive from all a certain communication? And is the sun able to illuminate so large a part of the all, and to leave so little not illuminated, that part only which is occupied by the earth's shadow? And he who made the sun itself and makes it go round, being a small part of himself compared with the whole, cannot he perceive all things? But I cannot, the man may reply, comprehend all these things at once. But who tells you that you have equal power with Zeus? Nevertheless, he has placed by every man a guardian, every man's demon, to whom he has committed the care of the man, a guardian who never sleeps, is never deceived. For to what better and more careful guardian could he have entrusted each of us? When, then, you have shut the doors and made darkness within, Remember never to say that you are alone, for you are not. But God is within, and your demon is within. And what need have they of light to see what you are doing? To this God you ought to swear an oath, just as the soldiers do to Caesar. But they who are hired for pay swear to regard the safety of Caesar before all things. And you who have received so many and such great favors, will you not swear? Or when you have sworn, will you not abide by your oath? And what shall you swear? Never to be disobedient, never to make any charges, never to find fault with anything that he has given, and never unwillingly to do or to suffer anything that is necessary. Is this oath like the soldier's oath? The soldiers swear not to prefer any man to Caesar. In this oath men swear to honor themselves before all.
Your direction is more important than your speed. It's easy to fool someone. It's hard to convince them that they've been fooled.
In any given moment, we have two options: to step forward into growth or to step back into safety. Abraham Maslow.
Be the best you, but you must be able to handle the worst. Push yourself to be your best. No one else is going to do it for you.
The self is always present. You only need to recognize it. Papaji.
As one who is altogether governed by nature, let it be thy care to observe what it is that thy nature in general doth require. That done, if thou find not that thy nature, as thou art a living sensible creature, will be the worse for it, thou mayest proceed. Next then thou must examine what thy nature as thou art a living sensible creature doth require, and that whatsoever it be thou mayest admit of and do it, if thy nature as thou art a reasonable living creature will not be the worse for it. Now whatsoever is reasonable is also sociable. Keep thyself to these rules, and trouble not thyself about idle things.
No man can escape his destiny. Hard times may have held you down, but they will not last forever.
The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change. The realist adjusts the sails. William Arthur Ward.
If you are alone for a long time, soon you will accept loneliness. You will never know your potential if you are afraid to be alone. When I free myself from who I am, I become who I can be.
If you suffer and make your loved ones suffer, there is nothing that can justify your desire. Thich Nhat Hanh.
Nothing can happen unto thee, which is not incidental unto thee, as thou art a man, as nothing can happen either to an ox, a vine, or to a stone, which is not incidental unto them, unto everyone in his own kind. If therefore nothing can happen unto anything, which is not both usual and natural, why art thou displeased? Sure, the common nature of all would not bring anything upon any that were intolerable. If therefore it be a thing external that causes thy grief, know that it is not that properly that doth cause it, but thine own conceit and opinion concerning the thing, which thou mayest rid thyself of when thou wilt. But if it be somewhat that is amiss in thine own disposition, that doth grieve thee, mayest thou not rectify thy moral tenets and opinions. But if it grieve thee, that thou doest not perform that which seemeth unto thee right and just, why doest not thou choose rather to perform it than to grieve? But somewhat that is stronger than thyself doth hinder thee. Let it not grieve thee then, if it be not thy fault that the thing is not performed. Yea, but it is a thing of that nature, as that thy life is not worth the while, except it may be performed. If it be so, upon condition that thou be kindly and lovingly disposed towards all men, thou mayest be gone. For even then, as much as at any time, art thou in a very good estate of performance, when thou doest die in charity with those that are an obstacle unto thy performance.
Win in your mind, and you will win in your reality. Carry the spirit of the child into old age, which means never losing your enthusiasm.
The superior man is distressed by the limitations of his ability. He is not distressed by the fact that men do not recognize the ability that he has. Confucius.
The more you spend clinging to the past, the less likely your future will be any brighter. Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power.
You are doomed to make choices. This is life's greatest paradox. Wayne Dyer.
To those who read and discuss for the sake of ostentation, first say to yourself who you wish to be, then do accordingly what you are doing, for in nearly all other things we see this to be so. Those who follow athletic exercises first determine what they wish to be, then do accordingly what follows. If a man is a runner in the long course, there is a certain kind of diet of walking, rubbing, and exercise. If a man is a runner in the stadium, all these things are different. If he is a pentathlete, they are still more different. So you will find it also in the arts. If you are a carpenter, you will have such and such things. If a worker in metal, such things. For everything that we do, if we refer it to no end, we shall do it to no purpose. And if we refer it to the wrong end, we shall miss the mark. Further, there is a general end or purpose, and a particular purpose. First of all, we must act as a man. What is comprehended in this? We must not be like a sheep, though gentle, nor mischievous, like a wild beast. But the particular cud has reference to each person's mode of life and his will. The lute player acts as a lute player, the carpenter as a carpenter, the philosopher as a philosopher, the rhetorician as a rhetorician. When then you say, "Come and hear me read to you," take care first of all that you are not doing this without a purpose. Then, if you have discovered that you are doing this with reference to a purpose, consider if it is the right purpose. Do you wish to do good or to be praised? Immediately you hear him saying, "To me, what is the value of praise from the many?" And he says, "Well, for it is of no value to a musician, so far as he is a musician, nor to a geometrician. Do you then wish to be useful? In what? Tell us that we may run to your audience room." Now can a man do anything useful to others who has not received something useful himself? No, for neither can a man do anything useful in the carpenter's art unless he is a carpenter, nor in the shoemaker's art unless he is a shoemaker. Do you wish to know then if you have received any advantage? Produce your opinions, philosopher. What is the thing which desire promises? Not to fall in the object. What does aversion promise? Not to fall into that which you would avoid. Well, do we fulfill their promise? Tell me the truth. But if you lie, I will tell you. Lately, when your hearers came together rather coldly and did not give you applause, you went away humbled. Lately again, when you had been praised, you went about and said to all, "What did you think of me?" Wonderful Master, I swear by all that is dear to me. But how did I treat of that particular matter? Which? The passage in which I described Pan and the nymphs. Excellently. Then do you tell me that in desire and in aversion you are acting according to nature? Begone. Try to persuade somebody else. Did you not praise a certain person contrary to your opinion? And did you not flatter a certain person who was the son of a senator? Would you wish your own children to be such persons? I hope not. Why then did you praise and flatter him? He is an ingenuous youth and listens well to discourses. How is this? He admires me. You have stated your proof. Then what do you think? Do not these very people secretly despise you? When then a man who is conscious that he has neither done any good nor ever thinks of it, finds a philosopher who says, "You have a great natural talent, and you have a candid and good disposition," what else do you think that he says except this? "This man has some need of me"? Or tell me what act that indicates a great mind has he shown? Observe. He has been in your company a long time. He has listened to your discourses. He has heard you reading. Has he become more modest? Has he been turned to reflect on himself? Has he perceived in what a bad state he is? Has he cast away self-conceit? Does he look for a person to teach him? He does. A man who will teach him to live. No, fool, but how to talk, for it is for this that he admires you also. Listen and hear what he says. This man writes with perfect art, much better than Dion. This is altogether another thing. Does he say, "This man is modest, faithful, free from perturbations"? And even if he did say it, I should say to him, "Since this man is faithful, tell me what this faithful man is." And if he could not tell me, I should add this: first understand what you say, then speak. You, then, who are in a wretched plight and gaping after applause and counting your auditors, do you intend to be useful to others? Today many more attended my discourse. Yes, many. We suppose 500. That is nothing. Suppose that there were 1,000. Dion never had so many hearers. How could he? And they understand what is said beautifully. What is fine, Master, can move even a stone.
Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Action is 10 times more valuable than reading and planning.
Ex nihilo nihil fit. Nothing comes from nothing. Parmenides.
You really don't want everybody as a friend anyway. Not every sweet root gives birth to sweet grass.
If I fail, I try again and again and again. If you fail, are you going to try again? The human spirit can handle much worse than we realize. It matters how you are going to finish. Are you going to finish strong? Nick Vujicic.
Against those who lament over being pitied. I am grieved, a man says, at being pitied. Whether then is the fact of your being pitied a thing which concerns you or those who pity you? Well, is it in your power to stop this pity? It is in my power, if I show them that I do not require pity. And whether then are you in the condition of not deserving pity, Or are you not in that condition? I think I am not. But these persons do not pity me for the things for which, if they ought to pity me, it would be proper, I mean for my faults. But they pity me for my poverty, for not possessing honorable offices, for diseases and deaths, and other such things. Whether then are you prepared to convince the many that not one of these things is an evil, but that it is possible for a man who is poor and has no office and enjoys no honor to be happy, or to show yourself to them as rich and in power? For the second of these things belong to a man who is boastful, silly, and good for nothing, and consider by what means the pretense must be supported. It will be necessary for you to hire slaves, and to possess a few silver vessels, and to exhibit them in public if it is possible, though they are often the same, and to attempt to conceal the fact that they are the same, and to have splendid garments, and all other things for display, and to show that you are a man honored by the great, and to try to sup at their houses, or to be supposed to sup there, and as to your person to employ some mean arts, that you may appear to be more handsome and nobler than you are. These things you must contrive, if you choose to go by the second path, in order not to be pitied. But the first way is both impracticable and long, to attempt the very thing which Zeus has not been able to do, to convince all men what things are good and bad. Is this power given to you? This only is given to you, to convince yourself, and you have not convinced yourself. Then I ask you, do you attempt to persuade other men? And who has lived so long with you as you with yourself? And who has so much power of convincing you as you have of convincing yourself? And who is better disposed and nearer to you than you are to yourself? How then, have you not convinced yourself in order to learn? At present are not things upside down? Is this what you have been earnest about doing? To learn to be free from grief and free from disturbance, and not to be humbled, and to be free? Have you not heard then that there is only one way which leads to this end, to give up the things which do not depend on the will, to withdraw from them, and to admit that they belong to others? For another man then to have an opinion about you, of what kind is it? It is a thing independent of the will. Then is it nothing to you? It is nothing. When then you are still vexed at this and disturbed, do you think that you are convinced about good and evil? Will you not then, letting others alone, be to yourself both scholar and teacher? The rest of mankind will look after this, whether it is to their interest to be and to pass their lives in a state contrary to nature. But to me no man is nearer than myself. What then is the meaning of this, that I have listened to the words of the philosophers and I assent to them, but in fact I am no way made easier? Am I so stupid? And yet, in all other things such as I have chosen, I have not been found very stupid, but I learned letters quickly, and to wrestle, and geometry, and to resolve syllogisms. Has not then reason convinced me? And indeed no other things have I from the beginning so approved and chosen. And now I read about these things, hear about them, write about them. I have so far discovered no reason stronger than this. In what then am I deficient? Have the contrary opinions not been eradicated from me? Have the notions themselves not been exercised nor used to be applied to action, but as armor are laid aside and rusted and cannot fit me? And yet neither in the exercises of the palestra, nor in writing or reading am I satisfied with learning, but I turn up and down the syllogisms which are proposed, and I make others, and sophistical syllogisms also, but the necessary theorems, by proceeding from which a man can become free from grief, fear, passions, hindrance, and a free man. These I do not exercise myself in, nor do I practice in these the proper practice. then I care about what others will say of me, whether I shall appear to them worth notice, whether I shall appear happy. Wretched man, will you not see what you are saying about yourself? What do you appear to yourself to be? In your opinions, in your desires, in your aversions from things, in your movements, in your preparation, in your designs, and in other acts suitable to a man? But do you trouble yourself about this, whether others pity you? Yes, but I am pitied not as I ought to be. Are you then pained at this? And is he who is pained an object of pity? Yes. How then are you pitied not as you ought to be?
If a man's character is good, his manners will be agreeable. Learn to let go, even if you are right.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lao Tzu.
Don't tell people more than they need to know. Sacrifice a few years of comfort for decades of freedom.
The quality of your life is the quality of your relationships. Tony Robbins.
Wickedness in general doth not hurt the world. Particular wickedness doth not hurt any other. Only unto him it is hurtful, whosoever he be that offends, unto whom in great favor and mercy it is granted, that whensoever he himself shall but first desire it, he may be presently delivered of it. Unto my free will, my neighbor's free will, whoever he be, as his life or his bode, is altogether indifferent. For though we are all made one for another, yet have our minds and understandings each of them their own proper and limited jurisdiction. For else another man's wickedness might be my evil, which God would not have, that it might not be in another man's power to make me unhappy, which nothing now can do but mine own wickedness.
Forgiving people in silence and never speaking to them again is a form of self-care. Let go a little and just let life happen.
The best way to predict your future is to create it. Peter Drucker.
A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. No great thing is created suddenly, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig.
The world is a reflection of your inner state of being. Papaji.
This also, among other things, may serve to keep thee from vainglory, if thou shalt consider that thou art now altogether incapable of the commendation of one who all his life long, or from his youth at least, hath lived a philosopher's life. For both unto others, and to thyself especially, it is well known that thou hast done many things contrary to that perfection of life. Thou hast therefore been confounded in thy course, and henceforth it will be hard for thee to recover the title and credit of a philosopher. And to it also is thy calling and profession repugnant. If therefore thou dost truly understand what it is that is of moment indeed, as for thy fame and credit, take no thought or care for that. Let it suffice thee if all the rest of thy life, be it more or less, thou shalt live as thy nature requireth, or according to the true and natural end of thy making. Take pains therefore to know what it is that thy nature requireth, and let nothing else distract thee. Thou hast already had sufficient experience, that of those many things that hitherto thou hast erred and wandered about, thou couldst not find happiness in any of them. Not in syllogisms and logical subtleties, not in wealth, not in honor and reputation, not in pleasure. In none of all these. Wherein then is it to be found? In the practice of those things, which the nature of man, as he is a man, doth require. How then shall he do those things, if his dogmata, or moral tenets and opinions, from which all motions and actions do proceed, be right and true? Which be those dogmata, those that concern that which is good or evil, as that there is nothing truly good and beneficial unto man, but that which makes him just, temperate, courageous, liberal, and that there is nothing truly evil and hurtful unto man, but that which causeth the contrary effects.
Never put yourself in the bargain bin, or that's where others will. A high degree of intellect tends to make a man unsocial.
No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Heraclitus.
There is no point in being grown up if you can't act a little childish. The hardest part is at the beginning of the journey. The rocket loses 90% of its fuel during takeoff.
Freedom is the recognition of your true nature. Papaji.
For several dispositions or inclinations there be of the mind and understanding, which to be aware of, thou must carefully observe. And whensoever thou doest discover them, thou must rectify them, saying to thyself concerning every one of them, this imagination is not necessary, this is uncharitable, this thou shalt speak as another man's slave, or instrument, than which nothing can be more senseless and absurd. For the fourth, thou shalt sharply check and upbraid thyself, for that thou doest suffer that more divine part in thee, to become subject and obnoxious to that more ignoble part of thy body, and the gross lusts and concupiscences thereof.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time.
The greatest wealth is to live content with little. Plato.
Make improvements, not excuses. People often confuse stress with responsibility. That mountain you've been carrying, you were only supposed to climb.
Too many of us are not living our dreams because we are living our fears. Les Brown.
What use is there of suspicion at all? Or why should thoughts of mistrust and suspicion concerning that which is future trouble thy mind at all? What now is to be done? If thou mayest search and inquiry into that, what needst thou care for more? And if thou art well able to perceive it alone, let no man divert thee from it. But if alone thou doest not so well perceive it, suspend thine action, and take advice from the best. And if there be anything else that doth hinder thee, go on with prudence and discretion, according to the present occasion and opportunity, still proposing that unto thyself, which thou doest conceive most right and just. For to hit that aright, and to speed in the prosecution of it, must needs be happiness, since it is that only which we can truly and properly be said to miss of or miscarry in.
You will never be truly happy if you constantly seek validation from others. Learn first, teach later.
I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing. apology. Through this statement, Socrates emphasizes the importance of constant questioning and the recognition of our limitations in the pursuit of knowledge.
God knows when to send you exactly what you need. Better to make an approximately correct decision than to make a precise mistake.
Abundance is not something we acquire. It is something we tune into. Wayne Dyer.
Of Alexander the Platonic, not often nor without great necessity to say, or to write to any man in a letter, I am not at leisure, nor in this manner still to put off those duties which we owe to our friends and acquaintances, to everyone in his kind, under pretense of urgent affairs.
He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. If you want to do something, don't delay, but don't sacrifice what you want for what you want right now.
Study the past if you would define the future. Confucius.
Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. Many people don't like you, especially if they see you as a competition.
The pain that you are willing to endure is measured by how bad you want it. David Goggins.
Of everything thou must consider from whence it came, of what things it doth consist, and into what it will be changed, what will be the nature of it, or what it will be like unto when it is changed, and that it can suffer no hurt by this change. And as for other men's either foolishness or wickedness, that it may not trouble and grieve thee. First generally thus, what reference have I unto these? And that we are all born for one another's good. Then more particularly after another consideration, as a ram is first in a flock of sheep, and a bull in a herd of cattle, so am I born to rule over them. Begin yet higher, even from this. If atoms be not the beginning of all things, than which to believe nothing can be more absurd, then must we needs grant that there is a nature that doth govern the universe. If such a nature, then are all worse things made for the better sake, and all better for one another's sake. Secondly, what manner of men they be, at board, and upon their beds, and so forth.
So, the unwilling soul sees what's hidden, and the ever-wanting soul sees only what it wants. You have to believe in yourself. There is nothing softer and more flexible than water, but try to resist it.
Acta non verba, deeds, not words. Latin proverb.
At 20, everyone has the face that God gave them. At 40, the face that life gave them. And at 60, the face they earned. Anyone you love can die anytime. Cherish them.
The highest leverage action you can take is to increase your skill set. Alex Hormozi.
Either this world is a cosmos or comely peace, because all disposed and governed by certain order, or if it be a mixture, though confused, yet still it is a comely peace. For is it possible that in thee there should be any beauty at all, and that in the whole world there should be nothing but disorder and confusion, and all things in it too, by natural different properties, one from another different and distinguished, and yet all through diffused, and by natural sympathy, one to another united as they are.
Let go or be dragged. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one.
Keep your face always toward the sunshine, and shadows will fall behind you. Walt Whitman.
Do not chase women. Instead, focus on your growth, values, and cultivating kindness. The right person will find their way to you at the perfect moment without the need for chasing. When you get married, everything good about your relationship and everything bad about your relationship intensifies.
The more you learn, the more you earn. Alex Hormozy.
Those things which without ceasing I have declared unto you, do them, and exercise yourself in them, holding them to be the elements of right life. First, believe that God is a living being, immortal and happy, according to the notion of a God indicated by the common sense of mankind. And so, believing, you shall not affirm of him anything that is foreign to his immortality or that is repugnant to his happiness. Believe about him whatever may uphold both his happiness and his immortality. For there are gods, and the knowledge of them is manifest, but they are not such as the multitude believe, seeing that men do not steadfastly maintain the notions they form respecting them. Not the man who denies the gods worshipped by the multitude, but he who affirms of the gods what the multitude believes about them is truly impious. For the utterances of the multitude about the gods are not true preconceptions but false assumptions. Hence it is that the greatest evils happen to the wicked, and the greatest blessings happen to the good from the hand of the gods, seeing that they are always favorable to their own good qualities and take pleasure in men like themselves, but reject as alien whatever is not of their kind.
If you think you can do a thing, or think you can't do a thing, you're right. Knowledge is not power until it is applied.
To understand everything is to forgive everything. Buddha.
What is life? It is a flash of a firefly in the night. It is a breath of a buffalo in the wintertime. It is as the little shadow that runs across the grass and loses itself in the sunset. If you stopped seeing the world in terms of what you like and what you dislike, and saw things for what they truly are in themselves, you would find a great deal more peace in your life.
You are the eternal witness, the unchanging reality behind all experiences. Nisargadatta Maharaj.
There is who without so much as a coat, and there is who without so much as a book doth put philosophy in practice. I am half naked, neither have I bread to eat, and yet I depart not from reason, saith one. But I say, I want the food of good teaching and instructions, and yet I depart not from reason.
If you want to be trusted, be honest. If you have to feel good about it, then you're doing the wrong thing. You just have to keep going. The feeling will pass, but you will remain.
Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing himself. Leo Tolstoy.
To realize that you are not your thoughts is when you begin to awaken spiritually. Don't tell people more than they need to know.
To understand yourself is the beginning of wisdom. Alan Watts.
Up and down from one age to another go the ordinary things of the world, being still the same, and either of everything in particular before it come to pass. The mind of the universe doth consider with itself and deliberate, and if so, then submit for shame unto the determination of such an excellent understanding. Or once for all it did resolve upon all things in general, and since that whatsoever happens, happens by a necessary consequence, and all things indivisibly in a manner and inseparably hold one of another, in sum either there is a God and then all is well, or if all things go by chance and fortune, yet mayest thou use thine own providence in those things that concern thee properly, and then art thou well.
Random wandering will not move you forward. It will instead disappoint and frustrate you and make you anxious and unhappy and hard to get along with. If you do not make yourself indispensable, you will be unemployed soon.
You cannot hope to make progress in areas where you have taken no action. Epictetus.
Many people take no care of their money until they come near the end of it, and others do the same with their time. When you build in silence, no one knows where to attack.
Root out the violence in your life and learn to live compassionately and mindfully. Seek peace. When you have peace within, real peace with others is possible. Thich Nhat Hanh.
And as the whole world is made up of all the particular bodies of the world, one perfect and complete body, of the same nature that particular bodies, so is the destiny of particular causes and events one general one, of the same nature that particular causes are. What I now say, even they that are mere idiots are not ignorant of, for they say commonly tuto efere nafto, that is, this his destiny hath brought upon him. This therefore is by the fates properly and particularly brought upon this, as that unto this in particular is by the physician prescribed. These therefore let us accept of in like manner, as we do those that are prescribed unto us our physicians. For them also in themselves shall we find to contain many harsh things, but we nevertheless, in hope of health and recovery, accept of them. Let the fulfilling and accomplishment of those things which the common nature hath determined be unto thee as thy health. Accept then, and be pleased with whatsoever doth happen, though otherwise harsh and unpleasing, as tending to that end, to the health and welfare of the universe, and to Job's happiness and prosperity.
Don't say yes to everyone to make them comfortable. Check with yourself too before you commit. Learn to be content in being happy by yourself. If you need company to be happy, then it will make you weak.
A people that values its privileges above its principles soon loses both. Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Rest, don't care.
The present moment is the only moment available to us, and it is the door to all moments. Alan Watts.
The actions that are appropriate for us can generally be determined by our relationships. He is your father. This tells you to take care of him, to yield to him in all things, to put up with him when he abuses you or beats you. But he is a bad father. Nature did not provide for you a good father, but a father. Your brother wrongs you? Well then, maintain your relationship to him. Do not think about what he is doing, but about what you will have to do if you want to keep your moral character in accordance with nature. For no one can harm you unless you wish it. You will be harmed only when you think you are harmed. If you get into the habit of looking at the relationships implied by neighbor, citizen, commander, you will discover what is proper to expect from each.
If you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or things.